Cyrus, I can't hear you. I don't know if it's your mic or if on the back end we might
There
need to do some with Siri. Now
ah,
I can hear you. Amazing, amazing. Well, Cyrus, thank you so much for joining us today. We're here doing an official countdown to Series A. I hope all the Borgers out there can join us as well. Bring your coffee, bring your water, depending on which time zone you're in. Bring a beer, bring a glass of wine. We're going to count us down for the next 6 hours until Series A is actually closed. So far, we have over 15,000 new equity partners to join us on this incredible journey. Cyrus, anything special that pops out in your mind that you're extremely proud over the last 5 years? We can go as far back as you want since the ICO days. What are you the most proud and excited about reaching this milestone?
I mean, we will get there for sure. But before that, I really want to be grateful. I just want to thank everyone. So excited to see Marco here, Stomach, Berkula, the most beautiful sushi in the world. Luca, grand merci to be here. Paul and CFI, Maria, Pierre. It's super cool, and more and more and more people are joining this live. Christopher, cool to have you here. Julinas, of course. Nico Coconut is in the house too. A lot of people here. Crypto Torrent as well. Phoenix. Glad to see all of you guys. Look, it's we're all now writing history, right? And this is definitely a new chapter, I would say, for SwissBorg, but I think so. It's a very huge chapter for the industry itself, for wealth management, for the world. We're really living very particular times. I don't know where you guys are all based, but this even the weather today is just crazy. It was like cloudy when I was on my bicycle, then it was stormy, lightning, then I don't know you say in English, but ça grêlait en français, and now today now it's like it's shiny again. It really shows that you know at every level we're living a lot of extreme changes, right? From banking trusts to crypto trust to banking trust to CeFi to DeFi, and yeah, it's just historic times, and I'm so excited that we have already 16,242 partners with us, and we have raised over 20,610,000 Swiss francs. That's over 22 million USD, which is just crazy. So I'm so excited about that.
It's quite incredible. Uh, Well, first of all, thank you so much for all the community members that have already joined us, and looking forward to seeing more and more drop in as we go. So, to give everybody a bit of an overview of what we're going to be covering in this live stream. So, right here, I'm joined with Cyrus, of course, our CEO and founder. We are going to have Jeremy, our CFO, Anthony, and Ivan, and even more of the executive team joining us in a while. We're going to be covering everything from what we're going to be using the raise funds for, some of the vision and strategic roadmap ahead of us. I'm sure a lot of you have seen the post and the content that we've created about Swissborg's move more and more into DeFi. Uh, you have probably seen some of the both visual updates in the app and also some of the new opportunities that have been gradually rolling out. So that is something that we're going to be covering for the next hour and a half. And then we're going to have some of the lovely and incredibly skilled and passionate women from Swissborg at all levels join us and have a diversity hour uh, covering a range of different topics. And then we're gonna deep dive a bit again in the community together with our community expert Benny Borg, who I know a lot of you have spoken to, and maybe even shot in our new open world. But before we dive into all of that, Cyrus, what are some of the favorite things, maybe in the last half year at least, that you're proud over seeing your team accomplish, getting us to the point where we are today?
Wow, it's really a hard one. There's been so many accomplishments, so many hard times. I would say just 2 days ago, maybe I'll go get the trophy maybe a little bit after. is what Prince Vegeta was saying. The trusts. Uh, we know well, and that's why, by the way, Prince Vegeta, massive fan of yourself as well. There you go. I have a few other, of course, Dragon Ball Z dudes that protects our computers and desk at all time. But I think so. Trust is something really what is I get the most proud of, and by bringing trust, I think so. Is how do we get to build trusts, right? Because trust takes years and years and years and years and years how to build it, but it could be removed in a snap. We saw that with Celsius, we saw that with UST, we saw that with FTX, and you'll see more and more of these actors with Credit Suisse just last week, and with the US dollar, right? Which is something very fundamental. What you're seeing is states for the first time are completely doing trades, national trades that are done in their own local currency, China and Africa and the Middle East. So this is really what I think. So I'm the most proud, and we I think so had a lot of trust coming from, of course, our community and the 16,000 people, plus hopefully 17,000 in a few hours. We will get to having even more trust with our community. But 2 days ago, I was in Zurich, and I think so in Zurich, which was really important was that 7 years ago, 6, 7 years ago, just 2 seconds. The 6 years ago exactly, day per day, I was doing a really cool thing at Crypto Finance 2.0, and it was just Melonport was pitching the whole DeFi vision, and the founder of Revolut was right after pitching Revolut, and then I came on the stage and I did my big talk about SwissBorg and all that. And 6 years later, they invited me again, not for a pitch, but for a competition, and we just won this competition. And of course, it's always great to get trophies, but I think so. What we achieved there, and the jury came to see me as well, is the trust from the Swiss German community. And Switzerland for trust is probably, as people probably know, it's extremely difficult to get trust from Swiss people. But when you get trusts, then you get your friends, your families forever. And we knew that at SwissBorg, we do extremely well with all the cantons, which are mainly the Francophonie on the one in Suisse romande. We haven't always been very good at the Swiss German one. And here the whole conference was in Zurich. The whole jury was people from Zurich and Zug, and I almost knew that we were not going to win. I was like, yeah, it's going to be rigged again. These other guys are going to win. These other guys are going to win because they're Swiss German. They want to do it. And not only we won, it's the fact how we won and how they orally, publicly talked about how much what we've done was amazing, and it was really sincere, of course. And then after the jury that came to me one by one saying like, look, I want to apologize. In 2017, I was the guy doubting you. I was even disrespecting you guys to some extent, and I really am sorry about it. I just thought you guys were not Swiss, and you were just taking the name and all of that. And there was a lot of jealousy because you were from Romandie. It was a very clear, transparent relationship, a talk that we had. And now that we got to that level, for me was that like new stage where like, okay, now we're ready, to take the full Switzerland. And of course, we have that with France, and France last week when I was in Paris Blockchain Week, the same thing. Everyone coming to see us and so nice. It gave us even free tickets to go to the Paris Blockchain Week, which were very expensive. So I'm glad we didn't pay for that. And I think so. That's what I like the most and what I'm most proud. And of course, UK is a big country for us, and we'll grow there. And what are the next countries? I mean, that's I think so. We'll talk about it a bit later, but for now,
Obviously,
is that
Sweden.
trust that we
and
established.
Finland. Yeah.
Obviously, I,
Obviously,
I really
Sweden.
do.
Yeah.
I really want to talk about that with you, but I didn't have time this week. But we'll have this talk for sure.
Well, I also want to invite the community. I can see the comments are already firing. Please let us know, like, what is some of your favorite things that you are proud as a SwissBorg family? What are you happy about? What are you using the most? I got to fleek in. I think trust, I think, is of course incredible. I got to say, I got extremely proud when I saw that thematic actually outperformed both ETH and Bitcoin in January or February, and it made me like, wow, this is something really really unique. You can protect your downside. You can even have a bit more of an upside than two of the asset classes that shape the industry. I think that is quite incredible. I'm also extremely impressed and proud of the opportunities. I'm sure that Anthony will come on board in a bit and speak even more about it. But I think that the way
That's gonna be
that
really awesome.
that's going to be like for all of the people. I mean, you've probably seen some of these BNB, Bitcoin vaults, Ethereum vaults go up, and they sell out in seconds, which I take as that you, our lovely community, also find these opportunities incredibly interesting. And I think it's quite a unique thing, and it's very much bringing wealth management together with Web3, right? It's bringing that little like courier service uh, to people, finding these opportunities, evaluating them, and bringing them actionable within usually very tight time frames, I think is incredible. And then the incredible growing partner ecosystem that SwissBorg has with Agora across the ages, Xborg, XCS. As this space grows, the entire SwissBorg ecosystem grows. And it's incredibly fun to see people coming in from other communities and joining our Green Laser family from all across the globe. I also know that there is some interesting stuff in the works with our cousin in Japan, and that we have an increasing amount of community members from there, and actually a virtual shop in a game there as well. More news on that is going to come later during April. Now let's focus on here and now. So far we have raised over 20 million. We have. Sorry, did you want to say something, Cyrus? Okay, sorry. Over
No,
20
good.
million. We have over 16,000 participants. Incredible to see it really get new life and tick up again in the last couple of days and week. Now we're nearly at, I think, I need to check the latest numbers. We are so soon. We're at 14.8 on the public. So we might actually be passing the 50 million mark during these live streams. Come on, you can make it happen. I also want to introduce, so we have two things that we're going to be doing in addition to sort of foster the community here during the live streams. We're going to have a spin the wheel, which everybody that has invested in the Series A will know now that there is a spin the wheel. So you get a code that you can use to spin a wheel filled with perks. So we have the back end set up, so we can see as these investments come in real time on the back end with literally minutes delay, with seconds delay. So we will take every 30 minutes, we will take a random person that has invested and do the spin the wheel publicly. So they will essentially get a bonus spin the wheel, and we will do this every half an hour. So the first one we're going to be doing is in the next 13 minutes. Christ, times go. And then every 2 hours, we're going to do a Kahoot, where we're going to have 3 winners, one person winning 1,000, 500, and 200 CHS. Cyrus, I think you made a promise to do a little dance, a little.
I don't know exactly what I'm gonna do, but I know there's gonna be a lot of fun activities. We're gonna we're gonna do a lot of fun things, that's for sure. I don't know if I'm gonna do the dancing, the robot thing, or but we're gonna have a lot of celebration happening, and definitely we're gonna try to make sure that the last hours are a great memory, and this new chapter that we're about to unveil will really change the game. I think so. That's what I'm very excited and glad that we have 16,253. That's still the case. Let's maybe refresh that. And there you go, now 59. People that are part of it. So yeah, very, very excited.
It's amazing. Cyrus, I don't know about you, but can we really wait 13 more minutes? I feel like we should do a spin the wheel. Maybe we should have started with a spin the wheel. So I feel like we're one
Just go
short.
for it, man. Just
We gotta
go
just
for
rip
it.
it. Okay,
Let's do it.
Danny, you can please put it up on the screen, and then I'm gonna see if I can make this happen. So I do apologize if I don't get this right, but hopefully everything works. So we're gonna see. We're gonna release it here, and we have. What are we gonna get? 1 year community premium. We're gonna see who the transaction ID. Actually, I do not know if I can share the transaction ID. If that is GDPR, something like that. Maybe we need one of our legals to just give me a quick QC if we can share the transaction ID. But to the winner, congratulations, you've gotten a community premium to be one of the lucky people that we do the draw for. Make sure that you invest. It doesn't matter what amount, but as long as you invest within the next 30 minutes, you're going to be a part of that draw, because we're going to look at the back end and take one of the transaction IDs at random and put into it.
And as you notice, we spiced it up. We spiced it up a bit. We spiced it up. I think so. That's something to. That's a special wheel.
Exactly. We're just gonna perfect, and now we can set it up again. But now we're gonna wait a little bit until the next one goes. I nearly wanted to share something else. Sometimes you, Cyrus, your brother, and your brother from another mother, as you sometimes call him, Anthony, have an uncanny ability to nearly predict the future, in my opinion. I dug this up from one of our archives. So I think this is from the 12th of December. You guys decided to put together a video essentially sharing the journey that we are embarking on in regards to Web3. And you chose to do that by highlighting some of the risks and potential downsides with fractional banking. You can see that this video went live on the 12th of December, and I had to sort of bring back this flash from the past because I thought it was incredibly relevant to what we might have seen in the news over the last couple of days. But I just want to share this with the community because I think it's quite incredible.
Money used to be backed by scarce commodities like gold. Governments could create only as much money as the gold in their reserves. In 1971, Nixon changed this by directing Connolly to temporarily suspend the convertibility of the dollar into gold. The fiat monetary system was born. As more money was being printed, debt cycles started to unfold. Limitless debt led to temptation to borrow, hurting ordinary people the most.
But we can create a financial stability. We can create wealth without the intervention of central planners. Put the powers of the ownership in the hands of the individuals and separate money from the states. Web3 is bringing the biggest wealth distribution of our age. The paradigm shift will make data the new source of value. New avenues of wealth will be paved. The roads are being built. Which one will you take?
Amazing. I
so.
gotta ask, Cyrus, when you recorded this, did you know what was gonna happen?
I mean, it's these cycles. Like, you could try to tame the market, but if the market is rigged, even if the central bank's trying to be a good player, it will always end up as a panic. If you look at the history of any civilization and any of how the money was done, there was always hyperinflation and eventually blew up. There's no economy that ever was able to do that. None. So that means in the future there won't be anyone either. Besides, if everything is transparent, everything that potentially could be decentralized, and everything could be programmable, and maybe it'll be more difficult to rig it. But it's too difficult to let only 100% this done by feds or central banks and whatsoever. Maybe the Swiss franc is one of the only country that has done the better job, but we've realized, recently that second bank did a lot of shitty things and has put essentially jeopardized almost our entire economy. So, I mean, I started my career in 2007, and everyone was drinking champagne, and I was in a bank and all that. Everyone was, playing the big ball, and and I remember I read this newspaper was in the Financial Times, and it was the end. There was like 4 bottles of Cristal, and they were empty, and it brought me some attention. Then Lehman Brothers and all the things that went after, and the whole subprime crisis. But it's the same thing. Greed will always interfere with people. Then they will blow up. They'll be packaged into different shit. Then people don't understand the risk underlying or the liquidity risk behind it, and package it to other people. And at the end, you're eating shit, but you're, there's so much package on top of it, you don't really realize until it falls. And I think so. Last year in February or March of Token 2049, same video about how DeFi was going to explode because, well, it was not done in a sustainable way. So yeah, I think what we're going through right now is hyperinflation will come back by the end of the year. Banks will be reprinting a lot of money. US dollar is going to depeg contrary to all the other values of other currencies. I think so. This is something that's, for me, is quite clear. Doesn't look like euro is getting any better because between the war, between the energy crisis, between what you have to pay to states to stop the Russian embargo and all of that, it looks like, there's just a pile of debt that's going to go, and that's not going to help the euro to strengthen itself either. But on the other side, there is a new shift, there's a new paradigm, and I think so crypto cannot solve all the problems, but at least could bring some light to a lot of new discussions. And I think so, we've seen since the beginning of the year, a massive decorrelation from Bitcoin to any other traditional financial markets. And this will probably persist. And then we'll have altcoin seasons as well. And finally, people will be happy about the CHSB and other tokens probably performing well compared to Bitcoin. And for that, I'm always very excited about how we are trying to live the world and trying to change it, or at least look it through a different angle. And I think so that's what makes history, which we're writing right now. What about yourself, Alex?
So I think, I mean, well, final question. So did you take Balaji, former CTO at Coinbase? Did you take him up on his offer on the $1 million bet? Bitcoin is going to go up to 1 million within the next 90 days. Did you subscribe to that? Did you get some extra
No,
BTC
I
just
didn't.
in case?
Brian Armstrong, he did that, right? I did it, yeah. But I saw it was fun though.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm still I still have a little bit too much emotion. So just in case, I got a little bit extra BTC because regardless of, I see it as we're somewhere close to the bottom, and I want to accumulate as much as I can. I think we're in for a paradigm shift. I think just as you've highlighted, all financial institutions. Wait, somebody came up with a quote. I can't remember who it was that said, we cannot solve the problems using the same mindset that created them. And I think that's very accurate in this case. The underlying fundamentals of how a lot of fiat monetary policies are made are in jeopardy. I also think it's very interesting to look at what's happening with population decline. So you're entering in a lot of countries like Japan, China, Taiwan, the US to a certain extent, a lot of developed economies in Europe, Germany, Poland, Italy, France, Spain have aging demographics, meaning that they have essentially the baby boomers are going into retirement, right? They're leaving their high positions, and they are actually being filled, like it or not, by people our age, by millennials. Even Gen Zs are starting to enter into the workforce at mass. And I think this is very, very interesting for a couple of reasons, right? You will have, regardless of our opinions about it, you will have a tectonic shift in power from one generation to another. And I think the predominant means of payments, of infrastructure, of that backbone technology will be blockchain. And that would be pushed because we are the users of it. If you look at the adoption rate between 25-year-olds and 45-year-olds, that's where you have a lot of the early tech adapters, and a lot of them are using blockchain. And the fact that a lot of those people are going to get into high positions around the world in various different countries, different government bodies and agencies, is drastically going to change the game. And I think that's going to catch more people than expected off guard. I don't think a lot of people are looking at that big of a macro scale when it comes to both financial trends and market trends, but also now demographic. I mean, China has allegedly 10 years left, and they are in a massive crisis position when it comes to population. So it's a lot of European countries. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the old world order, if I can call it that, holds on to some of these legacy systems, and if newer, more efficient, more streamlined, better solutions get really wide-scale adoption, which I'm quite sure will happen. But sorry, I went off on a little bit of a rampage, but
That's
you asked. So I think, yeah, I'm very glad to be on the right side of this. I think crypto can have a huge impact not only in financial systems, but as we can see in gaming, when it comes to bringing assets online. I think just recently, I can't remember who, but I think a DAO bought a golf course the other day. They've been working towards it for 12 months, and they managed to get Trick or something like that. I think DAO got a bunch of
something in
people
Ireland,
together.
I think
So
so,
I
yeah,
mean,
or
it's here.
Scotland, yeah.
Exactly. So I think it's interesting because then more and more real world assets are going to get brought on chain. So I think very interesting, and yeah, excited. Links DAO. I saw in the comments now. Somebody helped me out. Thank you so much, Enrico at work. Thank you so much for helping me out. We're going to see in a little bit of a while, we're going to have, I think, some of our other executives and Jeremy joining as well. So we can see how we're going to use the funds that all of you have participated in. We're going to see, here he is. Jeremy, welcome.
Hey guys, how are you? Good to see you.
Amazing to have you here. Are you in the office, it looks like?
Yeah.
I am. Not too far from Cyrus, but far enough to not have an interference with the mics and the sound.
I got to say, I'm a little bit jealous because I've heard rumors that there might be a party happening in the office later today, and I'm caught in cold, dark Sweden, so I won't be attending the office. But Cyrus, can you confirm, or do you want to? I can't confirm or deny. What is happening in the office? Are people gathering?
I to be honest, we haven't like prepared anything, but obviously people are welcome to join the party if there's a party. Over that, I think so. Everyone is definitely a little bit tired, but we definitely always have green energy to make sure that this could become a bottle of champagne.
I like it. I was going to say, go full 90s. You can put a boombox out in the window, and then people can just gather around the office, and then we turn it into a street party.
We have many of those.
Jeremy, we're going to pass the mic over to you. Do you want to help shed light to this beautiful community, how we're going to use the funds that have now been raised through the Series A?
Sure, more than happy to do so. I think
Maybe first, Jeremy, as a CFO, you're happy that we have now 16 almost thousand 16,000 shareholders and counting.
I'm thrilled, and I think once again, where I'm today, I was thinking of all that we went throughout these 6-7 years since before the ICO, then the ICO, and all that, and that initially the goal was to do this C-share, if you remember, Cyrus, this cooperative setup at the time, and it was not possible. It was not recognized, and it was too complex for legal reasons to tokenize shares and to distribute them. And we had put in the technical white paper that at some point we would, if we could, try to redo the C-share or something similar. And I think today is the day, because we will have now 16,000 or more shareholders, which is amazing, frightening because it's a lot of responsibility, but fucking awesome. And this is great to also, in the end, fulfill one promise that was this initial one in the white paper, because we are opening our capital to the community as promised. And this is just amazing to be able to get that done 5 years after.
Amazing to hear.
Yeah,
So
And I
it's
think
mind-boggling. By the way, I was just, it's funny, Jeremy, you're saying that because the other day, so back then we were advised by a law company, which is great, by the way. It's called MME, and many Swiss people know who it is. And Lukas Müller, the founder behind it, which is the founder of Signum as well, the chairman, and the person that essentially created Crypto Valley and has done the ICO of Ethereum. So if you guys don't know this guy, we should all be thankful and grateful about what he has done essentially for crypto and for Switzerland. And I had a meeting with him, I don't know, maybe a month and a half ago, and they became extremely successful, by the way, Signum and MME itself. So I took some of his time, which is great. When we actually talked for a long time, and we talked about the C-share thing, and then he's like, well, because this C-share was a protocol that eventually MME was going to push through Daura, which they're trying still to push. I think so they managed to push it recently. And I told him, I'm like, look what we're doing right now. It's like, I always knew that sooner or later, you guys, not only you're not going to be just a regular ICO, but sooner or later your vision was going to be put in practice, because you guys are not only dreamers, you're builders. And that's something that's very few people have. And yeah, so very excited about that. And talking about builders and dreamers, here is Anthony, and that could only be my brother because
just
that's on
more
the
and more
phone.
legends.
Is that
Hey,
Alex?
guys.
I think so.
Yeah,
So,
I
okay,
knew it was him.
before Anthony and Alex, amazing to have you guys join us. Thank you so much for taking the time. I know that everybody's super busy, but we're running a little bit behind the schedule because it's way too nice to sit here and speak. We're going to pass the mic over to Jeremy so that he can actually go over what we're going to use the money for, and then we will do a proper introduction. Anthony and Alex, pleasure to have you guys here. But Jeremy, mic is back to you.
thanks, Alex. Yeah, Anto, Alex, what we were talking about is the C-share and how today it, in a way, becomes realized from the time of the ICO, and maybe we can take that again after I just explain what is going to be the funds for. Would love to go down memory lane with you guys, because we were at that time all together already, and this is quite incredible, to be honest. So just to go on the funds that we have raised today. As you know, guys, and I think it's been demonstrated many times, we build things, we innovate, and for that, we hire people. So the funds will be used to continue building products, continue developing the SwissBorg ecosystem, making it stronger, bigger, making it more secure, all that you can think of in terms of innovation and future products to be able to continue delivering this to the community. How do we do that? Is we employ people, we hire people. Just to give you an example, is like 70% of our cost base is salaries. And just to give you an additional insight, because everybody can say, but yeah, because people are super, super well paid. It's like the medium salary at SwissBorg is 7,000 euros. So this gives an idea of how much effort we put in a way to hire people, to hire good people, to pay them at the right price, but as well to hire as much as possible to be able to build these products. And so a big chunk of the money will be to go and build IP. When I call IP intellectual property, it's not only tech. It is a lot of tech, but it's also products that are not pure tech, but is also licenses that are more and more needed in the regulatory, let's say, storm that we are experimenting. And we need to continue reinforcing our regulatory portfolio. So this is something that we are definitely focusing on, and we have already started, but this will, of course, take some funds, and we will have to allocate some funds. And the last part will be, of course, to grow the markets in which we are in, and even expand in the markets where maybe we are not too present or not present enough, and there's a great opportunity. Once again, I believe we are at a nexus of a timing that is incredible for crypto. It is very tough out there. Don't get me started on why it's going to be a fucking amazing ride. But I think that the way we try to always spend the money, we did mistakes, like everybody, of course. But we always try to build, let's say, value and IP for the company to beneficiate from that, and therefore to redistribute it to the community through products and to hire people to make even more products and even better ecosystem. So the breakdown is roughly 60% for innovation, between 20 and 30% for marketing and legal, the rest. That's a bit the rough breakdown that we are seeing on how the funds will be used.
Amazing. Sorry, I was trying to get like a screen share up to share. I think Julia, our head of finance, has put together a beautiful slide. We're going to see if Danny can help us get that up in the back end. Jeremy, just a quick question before we leave the financial. What does it mean for us at SwissBorg? What does it mean for you in terms of added workload? Now you have 16,000 plus more people to to hold you accountable. How does that feel? And what does that mean for all of us and for all of the community members that are now partners? Are they going to get a handwritten little note from you each quarter or each year with a yearly statement? Or walk us through a little bit what it means to also be a partner in SwissBorg.
Sure. As I said before, I think it's super, super enthusiastic, or very, very super cool to have all these people now being shareholders, as we have implemented a quite strict way of governance and trying to do things always by the books. We will continue, but at a larger scale. So yes, it will bring pressure, of course. We have 16,000 people that will be looking in details. We have 16,000 people that have a legal right to have information. But at the end of the day, I think it's a great exercise for transparency. It's a great exercise for us to push the innovative approach on not only technology, but as well governance. It is a great opportunity to demonstrate that this is possible. It will be tough. It will not be perfect, of course, like always. But it will be always in with the intention of making everything as good as possible and as compliant as possible. Of course, we always have that in mind. To be honest, we have an amazing governance team. The legal team has done an amazing work. The accounting and controlling team has done an amazing work. And this enables us to be very, very strong for the next iterations that will come when we will have to have the different reports to be shared and the different legal deadlines we will have to control and to maintain, to be compliant and to fulfill the obligations we have now towards our community and our shareholders. Exactly how and when things will be, I don't want to give any infos that I don't control. What I can say is that we are building everything to be on point when it is required. And we will, of course, try to do the best we can to serve and to answer all the questions that people might have. And we'll see. It's a big numbers of shareholders. Therefore, it is not easy to find a solution that one size fits all. So we'll see, to be honest. But we will, of course, commit and be present for that.
Thank you so much. And I'm sure everybody's going to look forward to diving deep into those books and give feedback. But thank you so much for giving an overview. I was actually going to segue into the governance, but I think Alex dropped out. So today, people are going to join and leave a little bit. There's a lot happening, as you might understand, on the back end in SwissBorg, both in the office and around the world, with all the different people working to make sure that the Series A is finished in a good way. There's a lot of documentation that needs to happen as that gets wrapped up. So people might jump or join and jump out a little bit to and from this live stream, but we're very happy for everybody that can take a little bit of time to join us here to speak to the community. So thank you so much, Jeremy. It was a pleasure having you on board. Anthony, until Alex comes back then, instead of segueing to the governance, I would love to hear a little bit what you're planning to build with some of these funds that Jeremy now is going to allocate to you. And I also want to thank you, everybody, for getting the memo that we all saved up the beard for this. Either it's a good sign that we're working hard and staying focused, or we just all went for the same look. It looks good on everybody. Maybe Anthony is the inspiration behind all of this.
Yeah, I mean, on my case, I'm not as lucky as you guys. That's the only option I have to have a little bit of fantasy when it's come to my hairstyle. But coming back to your question about what we are going to build in product, or actually what we're building.
That's SwissBorg, by the way, Anthony. I can actually see videos from just 2 years ago. Guys, this is how much a startup will put a toll on your physique. Like, look at Anthony 4 years ago, 5 years ago. He was so handsome, so much hair. This is what it did to the poor guy.
Actually, I want to challenge the community. Please, community, go into Twitter and find some of those old pictures, because he was a real Rapunzel. Like, it was beautiful. It was wavy like a surfer. Please, community, find an old Twitter archive and dig up some of those pictures again. Sorry, Anthony. Mike, over back to you.
Yeah. So, I mean, actually, I just asked to in our Slack channel if there is any screens that the team will feel comfy to share, that, we can bring a little bit of excitement. I think we live in a world where people are very visual, and it will give even more emphasis to what we're doing. But before I get the final approval from the team that they are ready to share some screens, hopefully they will. Otherwise, maybe we're going to share some anyway. But I guess the number one mission that we have internally is to bring a little bit of fun and excitement in the app, right? So I think, and for the right reason, at SwissBorg, everything that we do is very serious and we're very committed to offer not only the transparency that Jeremy mentioned, And the Serie A is another step into the direction. And I love transparency, not only because it's a buzzword, but because it keeps you accountable. When you give enough information for people to challenge you, it keeps you accountable and it helps you to see sometimes blind spot as well, right? So I think it's part of the success, being transparent, not only in business, but with the people that you love. Anyone around you is the honesty is not always easy, but it is some absolute requirement, in my opinion, to create, to be able to move forward. So we're very excited to have now even more shareholder, because we always care about the company, of course. But today, with hopefully at the end of this day, 17,000 new partners, is going to be even more, like, we're going to be even more caring and even more accountable and even feel even more committed to what we're doing every day. So I think the Cyrus part, we show across the different years that we're very committed and very in love in what we're doing. And I guess as well, part of maybe sometimes what is missing in our mission, that is to make wealth management fun, fair, and community-centric, is the fun part. And that's something that we want to bring back into the app. And of course, the fun comes from, let's say, of course, there is a part of gamble, but more importantly, it comes from being able to participate in different investment experiences. Because part of the investment as well is a journey to know better about yourself, to know better about your taste, and to build yourself to become eventually something wealthy, which we know has a very different definition for everyone. But even if you look at the money aspect of wealth, it's going to be, it blows my mind when people start to invest for the first time and they expect to be successful, because no one goes to, for example, a tennis court and play for the first time and expect to be world champion the day after, right? You know consciously, if you begin a new sport, that you will have, if you really want to become a champion, you will have to commit yourself. You will have to experience, you will have to repeat, you will have to acknowledge your mistakes, and you will have to grow through this journey of hardship and understanding until the moment that, yes, you can become a champion. There is no other difference with investment. Investment is a journey. It's very unlikely. You can be lucky, right? You can play Rafael Nadal and can break his leg and become a champion as a result, right? But it's not, it's bad luck for him. It's good luck for you, but it's very unlikely. And in the same in investment, it's very illusionary to believe that it's not a journey. And I guess the space in general is not always sending the good signal, because there is this quick rich kind of syndrome. And then we forget the journey, we forget the enjoyment as well, to getting to the place where we feel wealthy. And that's what we want to bring, is the capability in the app to experience different journey, but the SwissBorg way, which means with a curated space, a space where myself and Alex, for example, this week, we've met amazing project people that are starting, the new wave of, I think, disruption in crypto. And there's plenty of them. And this is our work, to sit down together to defend the interests of the crowd, because there is a power. Yeah, together we are stronger, and I truly believe in it. I don't think VCs are as strong as we are, but it takes work, it takes dedication, and that's what we are doing. And hopefully, the range of product that we are going to release, and it's going to be tricky. So we are going to need your help for the feedback, and we really need you to be engaged. Is going to be targeting this. Yeah, and I'm sure Alex has a lot to say about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you guys hear me, by the way? I just want to check if my audio is all right. Okay, great. So I just want to stress one thing, and Anthony knows very well that, when he talked about the whole VC world, I really wanted to comment on this, because I have very strong feelings. By the way, these are not necessarily shared across the entire company. They're very personal. So I would love to share some personal feelings. But, I think that in the world of finance, guys, when we look at what's happening with this democratization of private equity, especially at the earliest stage, right? This is what makes me proud. If we go back a century and we look at the Keynesian economic theory or models, everyone here knows that they're more keen towards the monetarist model, which doesn't have governments, federal, central banks intervention, which doesn't support quantitative easing, right? And that is, Bitcoin is solving a very big problem because we have over a century of data that shows that all fiat currencies not only have a cycle, number one, but also are going through inflation and losing value over time. So the whole question is like, where can I store my wealth so that I can retire, but also I can pass it on to future generations so that it's not losing through all this quantitative easing, this inflation, and these poor economic principles that have been already proven through very deep levels of data. I mean, a century of data is a lot of data, guys. So Bitcoin solves that very essential and major problem that we have. And we know what's happening in the resiliency. I think Jeremy shared, an article just yesterday talking about how resilient Bitcoin was, in the past year. It's just incredible when you think about it. It's gone through 2 decades of black swans, of freak events, of the biggest scams, the biggest Ponzi schemes, everything you could possibly name in traditional finance in a single year. But it's still at $28,000. The resiliency is amazing. But one thing, guys, that we don't talk about enough is the democratization of private equity. Like, this has a very strong history. It kicked off in the 1940s in the United States and was kind of officialized, formalized in the 50s. So not a century of data, but we have half a century of data, a little more, maybe 60, 70 years of data of VC practices. And this needs to be democratized. It's probably the sector that needs to be the most democratized because private equity is also the financial sector that provides the most ROI, the most gains, the most upside, right? You can take any other asset class, any other sub-asset class in finance, whether it's real estate, whether it's emerging markets, whether it's commodities. Private equity is really the one that needs to be democratized because you have the highest levels of ROI, but it's also the most exclusive. Originally, the idea of private equity was to balance, an allocation to universities, to research, to maybe, of course, some family offices, and the big families usually have had centuries and centuries of getting access to privileged deals. So that's another topic. But originally, it was more inclusive. Well, all of a sudden, it became extremely exclusive. And that is it's a really something that we need to break, upon. And so I just wanted to give a little bit of that context because when you see SwissBorg, thanks to you guys, the community, and I posted this on Twitter, we have broken all the records. Number one, there's not a single exchange out there or a single crypto company that I've seen offer the first round in equity. It's always the Series B or maybe, a Series A, but there was a seed round that benefited, once again, the privileged, the high net worths, and the VCs. So we've broken that model, right? This is community-led, which is beautiful. 16,000, again, once again, both Jeremy's pain and pleasure, right? 16,000, I mean, it's amazing. This has never been done before. And why have we managed to do that? It's because we really democratized private equity by making accessible with only $100, 100 Swiss francs. So that is incredible because that really lowers the barrier to entry. And once again, we're creating a new paradigm. And now today, Celsius had the biggest, public equity round. We have just surpassed it at 20.6 million Swiss francs raised. So we're the biggest, we're the most democratized, the most fair. And all that is coming from the community, which is something that Anthony, I'm sure you agree with me, and I'll pass it back on to you. But once again, we're solving monetary problems through Bitcoin. But really, private equity is probably the second biggest problem across finance that needs to be solved because it's been too exclusive for over half a century, up to 70, 80 years, depending on the country. And this is a model where, guys, and I see this actually bleeding through SwissBorg Ventures. Because nowadays, when we're thinking about how can we democratize private sales for the community, through the SwissBorg App, this is a really important sector as well because obviously the risks are much, much higher. The returns are also asymmetrical, sometimes or exponential for the least. So really, it's getting this message across by saying, hey guys, let's not rely on VCs anymore. We shouldn't rely on VCs anymore. And SwissBorg right now, thanks to the best community in the world, and we undoubtedly have the data to back that we have the best community in the world. So it's official, guys. You are the best community in the world. I was biased before, but now it's no longer subjective, it's objective. But I think, this idea, as Anthony was saying, is we need to educate people and say, hey, it's time to break this VC model. It's time to go after a fancy logo that will get you another fancy logo, that will get you another fancy logo, and they will share the pie between themselves. They're going to go to nice fancy restaurants. They're going to serve the same LPs, and all the wealth is going to be concentrated into very limited pools, which most of the people won't even care about the product you're building, won't even care about the governance that you're building, and will just look at it as a P&L statement, to make more wealth. But again, with Anthony, it's time for us to continue this narrative, I believe, Anthony, right? And share this with all the future products, saying that rather than serving many who don't care about you, why serve a few that don't care about you when you can serve many that do? So that's how I'd like to end it. And I think, once again, private equity, by democratizing this realm, and it's beautiful in the results, but it's even more beautiful in the meaning.
Thank you so much, Alex. And before I pass it over to Anthony, I think, Alex, what you've highlighted here is incredible. So it's getting community access to these early deals. The earlier, the better. How can that actually be done in practice? And how far away are we from giving our community access to these sort of deals? Anthony, now I'm going to pass it to you. Is this 3 years away, 5 years away? Or give us a little bit, how will this actually be done? Because I'm on board, right? You sold us. I think me and the rest of the community, right, we want access to these deals. You are meeting, we also know that, and a lot of other people, Danny, Domain, a lot of people at SwissBorg are going to work on this deal flow and presenting that to our users. Anthony, bring us. How will this look? How will this feel? And when can we expect it-ish? Is it 3 years away? Do we need to hold our breath?
Yeah, it's a good question, and obviously today is the end of the fundraising, and we're really focusing on what's going to happen next. And we've been investing since the beginning of the year a lot into that direction, and hopefully, we're talking about weeks for sure, right? So it's I would say it's imminent. But I want really to emphasize the fact that it's going to be a journey, guys, right? Because we can see, if we look back in the past 6 years since SwissBorg is we've made so many progress in a lot of direction, but we did some step back as well, right? So and again, the fact that in 2017 the space was really open and anyone can participate, and of course there was a lot of scam and stuff, but there was good project as well. Ethereum was never backed by any VC. It was born out of an ICO that everyone can fairly participate. And to me, the fact that we lose this option for communities is a massive step back. But that's the trend. Right now is if you want to get access to the best project, you will have to be a VC or to be a personality, and it's going to be gated. And that's only one aspect, because not only there is the early deals and the seed stage or Series A or whatever you want to call them, the primary market, but even on the secondary market, the reality is there is deals that happen on the secondary market that we can call distress, that usually are not available to the crowd. People negotiating with each other, acquiring big chunk of token and pushing again the project. So there is a lot going on where basically communities remove from these opportunities as on the large scale. It's not only limited to what we can call early deals or primary market. It's very large range of operation where the community is completely cut off from this operation, because now it's almost like I can get access to it when they get listed somewhere. And DEX have done a good job, right? We still see projects in DeFi that are born through a community and grow with their community. And it's beautiful, but there is very few of them. And DeFi is very specific, right? There is many other aspects of what crypto can bring to the table that are not DeFi. And I would say most of the people will not be interested in DeFi anyway. It's very technical. So for SwissBorg, and we've seen the limitation of centralized exchange and centralization to some extent, because the opacity can lead to unfortunately bad behavior. But again, track record, and we have 6 years track record of integrity. I think is a good testimony of as well that CeFi, because I still believe it's a superior user experience, and we yet to get there. Coming back to the bet that you mentioned about the ex-CTO of Coinbase betting that Bitcoin might reach 1 million in 90 days, I believe to some extent he's right, that we're gradually going to this scenario where the USD will collapse eventually, because that's just where all the scenarios are leading. But I don't think it can happen as quick as in 90 days, because we're simply not ready. If people start to be scared and want to escape the traditional financial system, it's very unlikely they're going to jump on Bitcoin, or they are going to jump on crypto in general, knowing that Bitcoin is the biggest brand, because they don't even have the tools, right? And they don't even know which platform to download. So centralized exchange still have a massive role to play into onboarding the next billion of users, and we still need to be there. We have a glorious and important work to do. So it's very important that the CeFi environment stay, and I think part of our fundraise is about that, is to create an ambassador, at least in Europe, that people can trust, identify, and go along with it. But if we stay just as a gateway, we remove as well all the beauty, the other beauty of what CeFi can bring on the table. But what I want to mention today is we will need the help of the community. We'll need everyone to contribute, to accept as well that it's going to be a journey, because there is an imbalance of forces, and we need to come as a group of individuals that shows that we can produce not only as much money as VCs to finance project, but as well even more engagement. So part of what we would try to create is people as well that not only invest passively, but as well engage, because that's what we're discussing, and that's the most beautiful narrative that we give to any project. We say the best with SwissBorg is not only you can raise money, but as well you can have your first user that are going to be extremely engaged, and that's the most difficult part for any project. So yeah. And it's time to spin the wheel. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But before we spin the wheel, we can spin the wheel quickly. But then, Alex, I also want to hear, Anthony, I love this. I want to dive deeper into this money community and how that can really contribute to accelerating some of the projects that we might bring on board. But Alex, I don't know your time frame. Can you be with us for another 10 minutes? Because I would love to hear a little bit on the governance, because I know that there's a lot of things happening there. So how are we actually try and improve the way that our community not only has voice, but have power to help us make decisions and form opinions? We're going to see. I'm going to mute myself and pass over the mic to Alex while I get the spin wheel ready for the community in the background.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you guys hear me, by the way? Just want to double check my audio. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, I mean, so what Anthony is saying here is a fundamental problem. Like, and this is our angle for ventures, right, Alexander? Like, I think this is, if we want to paint the picture of what decentralized, or let's call it an inclusive VC. Like, if SwissBorg is a VC, we're not a real VC, but let's just say an inclusive VC. I think the model is there's twofold, right? On one side, on A side, people I think they will pretty much understand that it makes sense to open up to more people that have less selling pressure on the token, less impact, and have more users, right, eventually. So that's already the VC model. We know it's broken, right? So that's one side. But then on the other side, I think what Anthony is saying is a lot of the projects are incentivizing people to use their network then to receive airdrops. So we saw what happened with Arbitrum, right? Where a guy is going to create 100 of accounts with bots, and then he's going to get an airdrop of $150,000, $200,000, which is a broken model as well, right? The airdrop model is broken. So if you really think about it, right? If people want to raise funds, not just to get a fancy, sexy logo, they need the community, but they also need a quality community, right? They need a community that can become users that can incentivize through the airdrops. So what if you take both of these components and you combine them into one? So having a community, but also having a community that will increase your adoption. You know, we see it with so many of the guys from our community, by the way. If we just look at who's in the comments here, right? We see, you know, Paul, we see Jazz, we see, you know, a lot of our core Max is here. we see Philippe, we see all of these people that join us. You know, when there's something related to SwissBorg, they're going to help. When there's something related to online, they're going to help with online activities, with, you know, the different tasks. They're going to help. They're active community members. So I think the idea of this hero score, which I don't know if everyone is up to speed with the hero score, but the hero score is something that is extremely powerful, because through data, through all these amazing people who have been supporting us, have been active in the app for 3 years, who've been holding CHSB, who've been really demonstrating that they're good people, that they're honest, good people that will support you for, you know, on a long period of time. Those are the type of people through meritocracy that should get access to this type of deal flow. Those are the people who should have access to all these early stage ventures, and not just a random airdrop from a, you know, an anonymous Web3 account with a guy who's maybe just looking for money and dumping your token, right? So once again, I think, Alexander, what's really important is, if we want to bring this whole ventures, democratize it, pass it on to the community, once again, the hero score, which we will talk about more in the future, now that the equity round is ending, I think this is going to play a pivotal piece to all the deal flow that we access. And once we get a few of the top deals, which we're already in discussions with, and they're happy with the feedback, then it's just snowball effect. Everyone's going to be saying, you know what, screw that American VC in San Francisco that all they did was write a newsletter and use a logo. Let's go with SwissBorg, because we know that we have quality investors, but we'll also gain users and people who really, really deserve this. That's one point. And another point I just wanted to share, with regards to everyone who's joined the equity round so far, I want to share a little bit on valuations, right? So as you guys can see with the dynamic valuation, which I believe is really a masterpiece when it comes to hedging the risk of each investor, by giving you more shares, essentially, rather than the original $500 million valuation. I think this is beautiful, guys, because, you know, when you think about valuations, what happens in the traditional world? Let's not talk about crypto, because crypto is exponential, right? It's very different from the more controlled world, where maybe sales will go up 20%, will go down 15%, go up 8%, go down 6%. The traditional model that is not asymmetrical or exponential like the crypto industry will say that in the worst times, in the bear markets, people will search to get a 2 to 3 times your revenue multiplier, right? And in the bull markets, they'll go completely irrational, and they'll go 10, 15, 20, 30 times a multiplier of your revenues. Now, this model works well for traditional companies, but for the crypto companies, it doesn't work well, and I'll tell you why. Because crypto is exponential. And when we look at our activity, and you guys have seen the slides in 2021, when we generated $82 million of revenues that year, I mean, the current valuation on the past from the traditional model is only a 2 to 3 times multiplier, right? And we know that the future is going to be brighter than what happened in the past. So I think that everything that happened for the right reason. And I think everything that is, I'm very, very, very positive about the community's actions. I'm very happy also about everyone who's been supporting us with the countdown, with the stickers, the 3, 2, 1, with people posting, I'm a part of this new adventure and journey. And then once again, you know, I just wanted to give a little bit of insight on how I feel the Ventures 2.0 should be as a community-led, community-centric, and community adoption standpoint with a hero score. I wanted to just tell everyone who joined us so far that valuation-wise, I think this is not only democratization, but I think it's extremely, extremely fair. And then, yeah, I do believe that, you know, the future is bright, Alexander, as you know, right? This is just we're hungry. We're working super hard. You can see based on our faces, our wrinkles, that, you know, the future is bright.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Before I pass it over, because Anthony, this to me, for everybody that's seen part 3 of the discussion with Anthony, that's now available on YouTube. If you haven't, go check it out. You speak about something, you call it sort of SwissBorg identity. It's connected to Web3 wallet, but you speak about how good practices and good behavior as a community member should be transcendent. It should be able to essentially cross project or company lines, it has value for other people. I think what we've discussed a little bit touches upon that. But before I give the mic to Anthony, we need to do another spinning wheel. I think I have it set up. So Danny, if you could share our screen, and then I will push the button to make it go. We're going to see. There we go. We're going to see if we are live. Wonderful. Okay. So what do you guys think? Do you think it's going to be free premium? Do you think it's going to be CHSB, or do you think it's going to be something even more special? Maybe a dinner with one of the executives. I think I saw that on there. Okay, we'll see. So 1, 2, and we'll let it go. Come on, give us something good. Oh, so close to.
Jeremy's happy though. Jeremy's happy that it's not 5,000 HSV. So
amazing. I think I can at least say can I say the name of the person that won? I should be able to do that, right, without us getting in trouble. We're going to see. I take that no objection as yes, go ahead. So I will share. Congratulations to Rayma for winning 100 CHF. I'm sure that Danny or Benny, our lovely community managers, will try and get that money to you as soon as possible. Now, Anthony, I want to jump back to what we're discussing. Okay, so we have a bunch of different things here. We have getting early access to great deals that SwissBorg can not only support with capital, but we also have an incredible community that can help participate in the development of this project. Alex have shared a little bit about a hero score, so that your practices, your behavior in-app at SwissBorg, but potentially even outside of the app, that has value, that gives you a higher ranking. How does that tie together with your vision about identity, good behavior on chain? Should you be rewarded? Share your vision, Anthony. Take us on the journey of enlightenment. Share the path before us.
Yeah, I mean, I think social fi is the new DeFi, and for many reasons. Many of them. So
are you saying this because you have a Lens account, or?
I have many Lens accounts, but yeah, I mean, it's part of what I do see for many reasons, being the future. And to give you a concrete example, because we see more and more new projects, I think again is thanks to you, the community, and the work we've done. We have good brand recognition anyway in the space. So there is projects that come, ask for guidance. They would love to be, with this opportunity that we just discussed. But the project that I see more and more is simple projects, such as I have an email box that is actually my my public key, so anyone can access to it. But I don't know how you manage your email, but I think all my email, included the one of SwissBorg, is now 100,000 mail behind. Like, they have never opened, because it's just, I receive so fucking much. Like, it's very hard to, and the order just come as the time, right? So the way your email are classified is according to time. But actually, every email is trying to grab part of your attention. So there is all this play, all this marketing trick. I'm going to add emoji. I'm going to add this very special sentence. And you see trends. Sometimes it's a lot of emoji, then it's a lot of ... or using special wording. At the end of the day, it's emotional manipulation that works or don't work. But they're not really trying. I mean, I think they don't trying to really solve the problem. And the problem is, how can I get your attention? And crypto is coming with a very pragmatic way to solve that, with saying, you want to have the attention of this guy, put a price. If he opens your, and of course, then you can have a lot of statistic and stuff. So you can say, if you want to grab the attention of this wallet, pay a price, give him money, or give him an NFT or something, a digital asset, and then you'll get access to it. So what I want to say in a sense is, for now, the identity level that you can see on wallet is pretty limited. Is how much money do you have? Like if I'm launching an NFT collection and I see that you have a lot of NFT, it has value for me. So maybe I'm ready to grab your attention. I'm ready to pay for it. And we see already that happening with some projects such as Blur and directly. Blur was airdropping money based on not only on your activity, but the value of your wallet as well, right? It was a combination in some sense. So it is paying for attention. Airdropping you something of a value that you have my attention. So what I want to say is when you're someone using a centralized app, we learn a lot about you. We learn a lot about your value, and that's what Alex is mentioning. At the end, it gives us a hero score. Are you a loyal CHSB holder? Are you connecting to the app every day? Do you engage with a campaign? There's a lot of data point that we collect, but these data point never reach outside. They never really enrich your value as a user. And I think that we want it or not, we're going to the direction of a more user-centric world with wallets, right? Where apps are not designed to capture the value of the user, but help the user to enhance its value. So it's just logic for a community-centric app like us to start to think, okay, if you're a valuable user to the SwissBorg ecosystem, if you're a hero into our ecosystem, most probably you have value for someone else. And that this is your right to give visibility over this value, that someone else can come and say, I create this app, and I see that you have a lot of gaming token in the app, you read all the article, I just launched this game, here's a pass of invitation that gives you, it doesn't necessarily need to give you money, but it can give you special right or special things. And I think that's what's the next chapter for crypto is going to be amazing, because this is as well for a group like us that wants to explore and help people to enhance their wealth. That's a massive untapped source of wealth, which is what is your unmeasurable value. This is not the money that you have in your bank account. This is not how much money you have in crypto wallet. It's not the house you possess. It's something else, who you are as a person. That is not dictated by how much you can brag on Twitter, but tangible data that have been collected across the year and show who you are by your action. And it's a beautiful new chapter that's going to be open for us as well very soon. Alex has been working very hard on that, and it's exciting.
Okay, I think this is a lot, and I think it's even like it's a new way of seeing contribution, right? So imagine you have somebody that holds a bit of Illumium, you might hold a Prometheus for our export lovers, and based on your activities, you might be active in X game and etc. Then that can actually be something that empowers you, right? That can make you eligible for airdrops. That can make you early beta users of new games. That might even through SwissBorg give you access to deal flow or to early investment opportunities similar to the one that you have shown interest in, because that means that you're a valuable community member for that project. And that also further improves the chances of that project really accelerating and growing, potentially very much improving the return of that initial investment. So I think it's incredibly interesting. Alex, is there anything more that you can share about the hero score? How I know that we've had some votes. Community members have been very active in this. You have been very active and vocal about this. For anybody that hasn't seen, please go to Alex's Twitter. There's going to be a lot of breakdown videos on step by step. CHSB is going to be one of the variables that we're going to be looking at. How much do you have? How long have you been holding it? Do you want to share some of the other aspects of a hero score that we might look at to determine to start this journey? Not saying that it will not change, not saying that it will not evolve. That is the case with technology. That's the case when you're learning, when you're exploring into new unknowns. There's always going to be a feedback loop that gets iterated on. But Alex, do you want to share some of the initial ideas on other variables that we might be looking at to help us get this hero score off the ground?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry I'm walking, so I hope the audio is going to be fine. But number one, guys, let's make it very clear that the hero score is not a video game. So a lot of people are saying, are we moving away from wealth management to play video games? No, it is not. It's just a data point, right? As easy as that. And it won't change the UX, the UI. We're not becoming a gaming company. That is SwissBorg's role. And by the way, I'd love to ask you all, guys, how do you feel about the name Hero Score? I'd love to hear your input. I think it's a very cool name. Some people say it's a bit too gamified. But anyways, I think hero, we all want to be heroes, so that was kind of the idea behind that. And the idea actually came from the community. And speaking of the community, so from all the feedback that we've gathered, when it comes to the hero score, the community, Alexander, was very vocal on having the CHSB token as the number one criteria in this hero score. So all the CHSB you have staked within the premium, outside the premium, will account for, at least I can say for now, and we'll share an update in the next powwow to give you more details, but at least half of the score comes from the CHSB token itself. And that's what the community wanted, because a lot of the people who have accumulated CHSB wanted a very strong utility outside of the premiums. So that's one very important factor. The second important factor is, how long have you been using the app? And I don't want to say a loyalty score, because maybe it's a bit of a taboo name of calling it, because we had issues with that in the past, but it's essentially like, we want to put a time factor in, Alexander, because what if you come in just before a specific opportunity and you just buy CHSB just for that opportunity, and then you dump it right after, which happened with DAO Maker, as you guys saw with DGenZoo and all this stuff. So we don't want people to just be able to cut the line. We want to have some sort of loyalty over time that will accumulate more points because you've been with us from day one, and it's a bit more of a meritocratic thing than purely capitalistic. And then the third factor that has been decided that the community was very important for them was the activity. So which products are you using? So thematics, are you using the yields? Are you going to use specifically DCA, right? So DCA, maybe in this first season of the hero score, maybe that will give you extra points, because DCA is not just using the app, but it's actually a great habit. It's an educational habit that we can take when the markets have pretty much bottomed, right? We've been between 19 to 28,000 for Bitcoin. I know that's quite a wide range, but in crypto, that's not so wide, right? So you guys get the point here, and that's the role of a wealth manager at the end of the day. It's like, if we can incentivize you to take specific actions that we believe can grow your wealth through a gamified system, then it's an absolute home run. So essentially, Alexander, that's all I've got from the community, and through doing a lot of these workshops, through talking to many community members, through direct messaging on Twitter, through Telegram, through Discord. So we've managed to collect a lot of data, qualitative data from the community. So I'm very excited. If you guys have any feedback, please do share, and we'll give more details in the next powwow. So Cyrus was telling me, we already talked about it internally. He said, let's share this with the community next week. So you'll have more details next week.
Amazing. I just got to ask one thing, because I can see the comments lighting up. People are really liking this. I love, of course, that this is sourced as well from the community. The community is very much a part of this discussion. As you mentioned, they were the ones that said CHSB should be number one. Usage of app should be number two. Good financial behaviors, building those behaviors should also be a part of it. I also had a couple of comments saying, when? Do we have anything that we can share on that end, Alex? I know that we're careful. Okay, he just left. He did not want to share.
There you go. That's the perfect answer. Is when you ask, what's the date? Bam! Like a beautiful, we're going for another one. Who knows who this is?
Community.
Who will
make a guess?
Who recognizes this beautiful guy?
Maybe it's from an anime show. Whoever guesses it,
realize
might get some CHSP.
If anyone guesses, we should spin the wheel. I think that would be
okay. Yeah.
That's what we should do.
I'm so sorry. I need to. Okay, let's update this.
Spin the wheel for the person that guesses it. We have 20 seconds to guess who this beautiful gentleman is. He's a guy who lives on an island that's a little bit, sometimes a bit of pervert, but he is quite cool. Master Roshi. That's not a Pokemon. Come on, guys, it's Dragon Ball Z, man. Oh, he got it. Okay, so there you go. There's Danny behind is like it's his Japanese name. Yes, it's Tortue Génial. Well done, Philippe and Steve Hess. It said it right as well. Is that it? Roshi, yeah. It's a Roshi. There you go. So let's spin it, baby. Come on, bring 1,000 CHs, be at least not 100, not 10. Spice it up, this one, okay? Whatever it is, I'll double it up, okay? So whatever it is, I'll double it up in terms of CHSB. Let's make it
You
easier
heard
like
it
that.
here. You are lucky. Okay, let's do it. So I actually think, Cyrus, you need to let me know when I should stop pressing, because the harder...
Okay, this is the new one. Okay, this is the new one. Yeah, this is within the 2,000 CHSB. Okay, this is the good one. Okay, perfect. This is the updated one. Let's go for this one.
Okay, some magic has happened in the back end. I think that Cyrus might have stressed some of our web developer teams.
There's no double. This is like 10,000 CHSB is already huge, okay? So that's a lot of money, especially tomorrow in the bull run, okay? So
this
that's
is how
way
efficient we
enough.
can be. When stressed a little bit by Cyrus. Cyrus has in the last hour gone, you need to improve the prices. So now we have a completely updated spinning wheel. I love this company. Okay.
But because you're from Sweden, before you spin it, let's sing the song. What are gonna tell your father? The wheel of fortune. What you gonna call your father? Let's go. And
Ace of Base to any of our millennials that remember that.
Ace of Base for the millennials. First songs to dance on.
Okay, so
spin the wheel. Go for it.
Let me know when I should release it.
Bam.
Oh, sorry. Oh, this is
2,000 CHSB. That is nice. That is actually nice.
I gotta say, congratulations. I'm not gonna say the name, because then I don't think I can say this, but I can say that person actually invested $10 and just won 2,000 CHSP. So they have done a multiple on their investment. Congratulations. If you know who you are, you invested $10 in the last half an hour and you just won 2,000 CHSB. So that's a good deal for you. Welcome to the SwissBorg family. Sometimes that's how good it can get.
And the good news is that so in the office they're starting to have like some drinks, and I went to Jeremy. I was like, seriously, this wheel is a joke. We need to spice it up a bit. He's like, Cyrus, at this stage, I can't say no anymore. Just do whatever you guys want. Just don't spend too much money, please. So we have the possibility to make this thing crazy.
On that note, we should spin again.
Okay,
spin again, my friend. Yeah, of course, let's spin again.
I need again. So Anthony and Cyrus, please discuss, and I will get another winner so that we have one prepared. But maybe because I've already asked this, what you're the most proud of in the last 6 years is a very big, broad question. But Anthony, is there anything? Sometimes we look so much into the future and what's ahead of us. In the last just 6 months, we've accomplished thematics. We have earn opportunities. We have incredible new partners. We have launched the world's largest Web3 tournament together with our partner SwissBorg. What are one of the things that you're proud of? And then I'm going to get the wheel spinning in the background.
Yeah, I mean, all the achievement that you just mentioned is, I think, more or less they're always linked to the courage of our community. So I'm very proud of the fact that after 6 years, we still managed to inspire people to be very courageous. And you have to be courageous because this market is, is tough. It's really testing who you are, right? And the fact that every achievement that we've made in the past 6 months or even the past 6 years is, to me, the one that are always very emotional. Is when you go beyond the numbers, is to say the how much people are courageous and they know there is a need for an alternative financial system, and to me, is to see the support is the biggest achievement, because we really come with a genuine ambition to do so, and we know it's going to be challenging, and we need the support of people, and to see the people that are ready to commit their trust is it's amazing.
It's cool.
Yeah, I could
On
only
that
double
note-
up on that or double down on that. But before doubling down, spin the wheel.
Spin the wheel. In true Ace of Base style, Danny,
wheel.
put the wheel of fortune on. Let's do this one more time. Okay, Anthony, this time let me know, and then I will take my finger off the trigger, and we will spin the wheel. So let me know, Anthony, and I will let go.
Let's go.
Come on, bring us something good. Wow, there's... Oh, that's amazing.
Wow, generation.
Generation premium.
That's super cool. Generation is 20,000, right?
That's incredible. So I just got to note this down. That's going to be
Yeah,
worth quite...
that's 20,000 CHSB staked for 1 year. That's a lot of CHSB, man. That is quite insane.
Congratulations. I can also share... Okay, but I think this person...
Guys, I have a terrible news. I'm looking at the people over there, and it looks like Jeremy is drinking Coca-Cola.
No,
we might not spin the wheel as much as we think. He has a glass which is Coca-Cola.
No, Cyrus, take 2 minutes, run over and get him a cold beer or something. We need to keep this wheel spinning. I can tell,
But
we can
look,
this to Jeremy to cool him down a little bit. This person, without revealing his name, actually just put in $2,300 into our Series A. So I think they well deserve a generation for 1 year. So congratulations to you.
Alex, I have something. I think we need to, I see there is 130 person looking at this live. And I want to say that every time we reach 50 people more, 50, we will spin the wheel.
Yes.
Until we go to new threshold. And it's really on you now that you can spin the wheel, invite your friends, your family, go ahead and do it.
Go for it. This is what's going to happen. This is what happens when you bring the founders and executives into a live stream. They just throw out the rule book and go, okay, this is what we're going to do. So community, now you have it. Literally, share it on LinkedIn, share it on Twitter. We're going to go crazy for the next 3.5 hours. Every time we reach 50 new streamers, joiners that watch us, viewers, I guess, we're going to spin the wheel.
Yeah, so
Alex, I can now say that you are finally, you don't need to walk anymore. You have a sitting seat. Do you want to share some? Do you want to share some more on how people can participate in these discussions that you're having? Because that's one of the things that I think we missed the last time we had you. How can people that want to be a part of this, that want to be active in helping to shape the future of SwissBorg, but also this hero score, how should they just bombard you on Twitter, or what would be a good way for them to reach out, to make their voice heard, and to participate in this chapter?
Asking me, Alexander?
Yes.
Okay, so there on Discord, I believe Danny and Benji have created a few extra channels under the CHSB. I have to verify with Danny, but I think there's supposed to be a channel, and if not, we'll create a specific hero score channel. Maybe that would be great. Danny just said, "All right, okay, great." So we can add a specific channel to the hero score. That would be really that really be cool to hear your input, everybody. I think it's very important. And once again, as you said, Alexander, like. The biggest challenge will be to be able to create a model that is both capitalistic for the CHSB price action, but also meritocratic, right? That balance is going to be the most complicated. But I think that, as long as we constantly get feedback across the different seasons, because the way it works, guys, and I think we're going too much into detail, but, kind of like the FIFA has its own football seasons, we will have a chance to create reiterations, and we'll share more feedback on how that would go. But the first model will never be perfect. We always have to reiterate and adapt based on how the community feels. But I think the beauty out of all this and what we're doing with the CHSB, and I feel like there's going to be some happy people, because the CHSB, once again, if it's really the heart of the ecosystem, the most complicated part is to create a guild, as I was telling everybody. Like, you can have internally in a company, you can have squads, which, as we saw in 2022, worked really, really well. 2021, you know, our corporate formation and organizational hierarchy was not actually optimally built because we went through hypergrowth. So it takes time to put these things into place and create the right procedures, et cetera, et cetera. But we know for sure that the squad, which is an internal company, you know, as you guys know, it's a specific team that will focus on a specific product with a specific KPI or goal, a single purpose driven squad. But we know that model doesn't work because the CHSB is really a way for everyone to be on par. You know, there may be some CHSB token holders that have more CHSB than me, you know, so they should have more rights. And it's really our chance to break down those walls to no longer have a squad, but have some sort of guild where the community can participate, employees can participate, and we're at a level playing field. I think one of the beautiful things about the Hero Score is all of a sudden, you know, if let's say who's in the house here, we see Maf, we see Steve, Johan, Philippe. Okay, let's say Philippe is awesome, right? So Philippe, maybe he deserves more than I deserve because he's been behaving better. You know what I mean, Alexander? It's not because I was one of the early team members that I should necessarily get the highest score. I will have to battle with Philippe, or in a good way. You know, I'm not battling, but it's that, I think that's beautiful. And maybe Johan here deserves more than me as well. So I think it's a level playing field. It breaks down all walls, but also with the mechanisms that we're putting into place, is to stop using a squad, which is too internal and not enough external, but really bridge the community and us through a guild, which we'll have more news coming in the next weeks, I'm sure.
Awesome. I just got to read one comment that I saw from S. Shinputs. Do like FIFA and end up in jail. So we won't go full FIFA. That we're going to keep the transparency. We're going to keep the good practices. I think what Alex was referring to was more gamifying aspect of it, not the bad practices that FIFA got scrutinized for. But thank you for the comments. What to discuss next? So I think we've touched a bit on a bunch of different things. I want to discuss the strategic vision and where we want to take it. We've mentioned a little bit now again. We've talked about opportunities. We've talked about essentially creating more empowerment for community members to actually maybe even outvote Alex. If you hold more CHSB than Alex, your voice should be heard equally. How do we view the strategic future of SwissBorg for the next, if we limit it to the next year? We want to move more into DeFi. We want to be able to offer these opportunities. I know, Anthony, you shared a little bit on your vision when it comes to the ability of listing tokens, the ability of maybe giving our current exchange aggregator superpowers. Do you want to share a little bit on your vision and what you have imagined as a possible future, not only in terms of Web3 wallet and ID, but some of these other things as well?
I guess part of how SwissBorg wants to be different is to be able as well to be a kind of companion across different market cycles, because it's key, right? I think some of the people that are very enthusiastic about SwissBorg and that are here since the beginning, they've known as well, they went through the cycles of investment. And I would say not everyone is as lucky as that. And a lot of people are just washed into market cycle because they are very quick, they are very violent, they bring a lot of happiness and sadness. So part of, I believe, SwissBorg mission is to be able to carry people across different market cycles, maybe in a better way than just being a platform where you can exchange crypto. And I do believe in the next 12 to 18 months, we're going to see a bull market. I believe that's my conviction. And of course, it's very hard to predict. And again, crypto might rise just as a world that is collapsed. It's not necessarily that only because they gain value, it just rose in value like anything else. It's just more exponential, as Cyrus was saying, or Alex was saying before. So I think we are going to make this mission for people to get ready and to be prepared, because when the things happen, they happen fast. It's hard to be prepared. You can, if you don't have really a good battle plan, you're going to miss it. You're going to feel the frustration, and you're going to leave it very negatively. And when I say prepare, is not sending you, the 7 tips to become rich and have a journal and etc. But really working on products that help people to be exposed, and to do that with a delightful manner, with still learning something, because that's what SwissBorg is about. We're not an asset management company that just say we're more intelligent. Give us. You have to give me your money. I'm going to manage for you, because you don't learn anything in this process. You just give up your power. And we don't want to be there on the other extreme that say, all the tools, go ahead, and try to be successful, which we know is very difficult. So that's really what it is. And then how we will translate. We talk about early deals. It's not the only scheme. We're discussing about integrating NFTs, different asset classes in the app. So a bunch of experiences on the table. But again, not being only a platform. I think until now we've been very good at being a platform. But now we want to be an experience platform where you engage within an investment experience that is as assisted as possible to make your life enjoyable but still keep the intent of I decide, and I get the chance to decide. That's really where the challenge is, and do that in accordance to what market cycle is. And I think ahead of us is a bull market. Yeah.
And I think you gave me a great analogy for this once. We discussed it a couple of weeks ago, and you were like, it's sort of like having a really good friend or like an older brother or cousin with you on that first night out. DeFi can be a little bit like that first night out. It's quite easy to get wrecked or to follow a shining token that promises the ends of the world, and then you just get caught holding the bag at the end. So SwissBorg being a little bit like that older brother, trying to help and guide you and provide resources to you. I mean, and this is what I think is so beautiful with the earn strategy. Sorry, earn opportunities. That was a vision you and the executives had 2 years ago, bringing transparency and essentially the ability for the masses through CeFi to enter into DeFi, because it is quite for people that are new to that space, it could be quite complex to understand. Okay, MetaMask to X exchange and then move to this exchange to get into this opportunity. So making that entire journey easier and trying to share a bit of the increase the transparency and understanding of the risks in that process. I know that Matteo Doman, we have a bunch of people doing incredible work in making these risk factors understandable. And you can even have it. It's already available in the app.
I mean,
wonderful.
To finish on what you say is, I guess the crypto space is very much a tribal system. It's we invest as tribes more than anything else. We want to believe we are traders, but it's not true. Like most of the people invest without even looking at the chart, because it's based on tribes, and that's why Twitter is so successful, because that's a mean for you to encounter your tribes, your virtual tribes. And I believe the superior investment experience in the future is going to be that. It's not people looking at chart and trying to guess if it's going up or down, but much more feeling the vibe and being able to participate, to identify your tribes. So that's the challenge for SwissBorg, is to bring this investment experience to a new level. That is, again, not trading, because it's very limitative. Yeah, I think it's time to spin the wheel, because we reach a new all-time high at 150, and hopefully it can encourage people to go to 200. So, time to spill again.
Sorry,
Cyrus,
then I'm gonna.
by the way, we need to tweet this, guys, because I noticed that we haven't even tweeted this so that we can bring more community members. Did we? Oh, yeah, okay.
Sorry, I'm gonna get this prepared in the back.
Okay, it was tweeted 12 minutes ago, guys. So maybe you can retweet this. Join us. Here we go. I just retweeted it. Awesome.
Okay, then we get another spin coming up. We're gonna see if it's visible. Perfect. Okay, so Alex, this time you're gonna get to do the honors. If you let me know when I should let my hand off the spinning wheel.
Okay.
Here we go.
You guys ready? The pressure is on. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, come on, give us something good.
Le million. Le
Oh!
million.
And
Oh! Jeremy, he's drinking another can of Coke, right? He just opened up the second Coke.
We gotta have him switch from Coke to something else. We're because okay, so this guy made an investment of $129. So doesn't matter the investment size. Join the fund, throw in something, and you might be part of the spinning wheel. This investment was literally done.
He's already more than doubled his investments,
2 minutes ago. In 2 minutes. That could be one of the best returns in crypto, actually.
Anthony, have you seen a 2x in 2 minutes?
Invested.
Zero risk with zero downside. Have you seen that before?
I want to invest.
But wait, so I gotta ask one thing, because something I don't know, Alex, if you know this, but when I was in the introduction process, when I was interviewed to join SwissBorg, Anthony asked me a question. He went, "Why are you passionate about crypto?" And I answered him, because I truly believe it's going to be one of the fundamentals that helps us bring in a new world order, that dream about a decentralized nation. It's essentially what I studied at university. Now that we're speaking about community engagement, we've spoken about the the DAO that managed to buy a golf course in Ireland or Dublin or something. Welcome, Charlotte. Pleasure to have you here. I will pass on the mic soon, but I got 14 minutes left until I need to hand it over, and I will hold on to it until the very last minute. I just want to hear, when can SwissBorg become a nation? When can we, as Seaborgers, when can we as Borgers claim a patch of land somewhere, set up some solar cells, sit in a ring, sing Kumbaya, as we're helping to ushering in this new financial evolution? What are your thoughts, Anthony? When are we going to be looking at enabling that as an offer to our community to invest in maybe real estate, maybe some off-chain assets? A golf course, is that maybe on the something that's next for us?
No, I mean, what's going on into the DAO space is amazing. It's really amazing, because it really shows how community can decide together to create something new that they believe is more aligned with what they want. And I'm not sure it's going to come. The first iteration will come from SwissBorg itself, or from one of the family member in the ecosystem, such as XBorg, because these guys are doing amazing things. And I guess, they start to, they're starting to achieve maybe a level of DAO functionality, organization that could be in the coming month either better than what we've achieved. And there is amazing opportunity on the table. I know that I'm meeting for lunch Louis tomorrow, and yesterday we announced the BDS, which is a massive step. But there is even more stuff on the background happening, and it could really change.
On that, by the way, that's huge.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, I believe when people have a true mission, what is difficult to predict is how long will it take, but eventually it will get there. It's not just, okay, I'm doing a gaming project because it's fun, right? Or I can make money, as we see many, and it's fine. I mean, I have nothing to say. We need this kind of actor as well to help the good actor maybe to rise. But there's amazing things that are happening, and there's very ambitious project. We're at the very early days. There is many uncertainties when it's come to collectively own something, not because it's bad, but again, because the way law and regulation and companies are built are not good. And I remember when I start this journey of crypto, I went to one of these meetup, and there was this guy, very young guy, by the way, very intelligent, and he say, it's amazing because it was it was at the beginning of this DAO concept, because it has always been something big for crypto. How can we organize society based on an individuality that can express their voice in a transparent manner and still make decisions? And it was big on DAO, and so it's amazing to see that we still create company where the model of companies itself, like the legal framework for creating companies, which are organizations that help individuals to collaborate, which is the same as DAO. This legal framework was built at the time where even the phone was not existing. It was built 200 years ago where technology was zero. I mean, there was some technology, but nothing to do with digital technology. And 200 years after the phone, the mainland phone, the internet, the mobile phone, and now the Web3, we haven't touched the legal framework. We've been little step into changing that. So of course we come to this moment where this is a breaking point. So we have a bunch of idealists that are trying to forge something that they believe is better, and it's very hard to fit this into any regulation. But I think it's going to come eventually, because there is no other future than reinventing from scratch what a company which is a box to help individuals to better collaborate and achieve goals together needs to be reinvented. I think we love to be part of it. We have a lot of mission on the table, but if one of the family members can show us the way, that would be amazing.
I think that's very good. And I think I might actually be quoting Elon Musk now. I think he said, think about all the things around you. Most of them have gone through hundreds, if not even thousands of iterations. Few things haven't. Democracy or governance and legal stuff are one of them. They have nearly, if you think about like democracy, we haven't really innovated on the way that we carry out democracy. Switzerland is an exception. Switzerland was very early with doing a direct democracy. Hasn't been caught up by that many countries, but with except from Switzerland, like there's very little innovation. There's very little iteration done on these larger systems, which now are sort of facing a roadblock. They're being disrupted by what these new technologies enable. And I think it's going to be very, very interesting to see where that gets taken. Charlotte, I'm going to gradually pass it over to you. I'm just going to, or I will pass it over to you, sorry. If you want to do a quick introduction of who you are and what you're going to be segueing us into for the next hour. But should we do one last spin the wheel before I pass it over? Hopefully, Jeremy, Anthony, or Alex. Oh, neither of you are in the office. Sorry. So we're going to see. Okay, I'm going to get a new one. This is very important. I'm refreshing this so that we get new people every time we do this. And this investment was made 55. So this is literally, this investment was made this very same minute. I'm going to put the number in here. I'm going to get the code that I need. And we're going to take a spin at this. By the way, I got to ask Anthony, Alex.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Your hands. Awesome, Cici. Welcome. We can hear you loud and clear. Let's see. When, Alex and Anthony, when will you take the first celebration sip tonight?
After this, I think in 30 minutes we need to go, and we plan to meet with the team that is here and celebrate a little bit. So we are on our way.
Amazing to hear. Okay, so then I will get Charlotte. Let me know when I should put my hand off the spinning wheel, and then that will be the segue into your hour for this.
Okay, perfect. Go for it. Click.
Click. Whoa, we're gonna see. Come on, be a big one. Oh my goodness.
Right.
Wow. That could actually be one of the best returns of investments. So hopefully Jeremy has stopped listening to this because he might get a heart attack soon. This person
But just
invested.
just one thing, Alexander. I believe the free premium is activated. It doesn't come with the tokens. It's just an activated premium. So I think that's the thing. But still, that's pretty crazy, right?
Is valued quite a decent amount, and especially if you invested $118 and you win essentially a generation premium worth 20,000 CHSB. That's a good return on investment in less than a minute. Wow. We're gonna write down
Perfect.
winner.
So,
Okay,
Alex, can I steal
then
the
I will say it now. You can steal the microphone. Alex, Anthony, thank you so much. I now leave you in the very trusted and capable hands of our incredible CC and Charlotte. May you lead the way. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend, everyone. And happy Series A. We are literally at the finish line. We are right there. We can see it. We're going to cross it in a couple of hours. If you haven't already, bring it in. Okay, wait. I need to join you on that, Charlotte. I just want to say, for anybody that hasn't invested yet, if you only invest 200 CHF, you are going to be eligible for an incredible opportunity together with SwissBorg. So for God's sake, if you haven't already, throw in a little bit, and then you will be a part of maybe being one of the first to enter in these incredible opportunities that Anthony is speaking about. Sorry, I'm just going to try and find an opener. I'm going to do the old. This is bringing me back to university days now. When you open with.
Cheers.
Here we go. On that, we're going to see if he shows up. I'm signing out. No.
Cheers.
Thank you, everyone. You're going to
Cheers.
rock it.
Thank you, Alex. You're the best. Love your energy. Excellent.
Thank you, everyone.
To the moon. Perfect. So I'm taking over now from Alex, and for the next hour, it's really going to be a focus on women in the crypto industry, obviously, which is something really important, and the rise of women as well in the crypto industry. So we have myself. I work as a community advisor at SwissBorg. Some of you may already know me. I'm doing a lot of client user onboarding, and get the pleasure of speaking with our users on a daily basis. So it's so nice to have so many of you here. We're happy that all of you are joining. Let's get a few more on so we can spin the wheel again. I'm going to pass on to Sisu, who's going to do a little intro about the kind of landscape of crypto right now for women. And then we'll go on to a nice panel that we have organized with Min and a few external guests.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. Hello, everybody. Hi to all the Borgers. Thank you. And excuse me for being so annoying, sending you all these notifications online, social media. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What we've achieved is amazing. I'm so excited. This is like, like another ICO. It's huge. It's bigger than that even. And the fact that we did it with people, with 16,000 people, we made this a historic event. I'm really, really excited. Thank you, Charlotte. I will talk. You want me to start talking right away?
Go ahead.
I think it's maybe time for us to leave it to the gender that matters the most in this world, the gender that produces us, that makes us live. The gender that again, by the way, shout out to our lovely Claire, Crypto Babe. She's here in the crowd. I think she's one of the people representing. Big hello to you. And we'll leave it to the better people of the company. Anthony and I, the old farts, will see you later.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Alex.
Yes, Cici, it would be great to hear a little bit about the article that you wrote, and then we'll go straight into our
panel. Thank you very much, Charlotte. Some of the community members here remember me from the old days, and I remember the first conference we had was in 2018 in Geneva, and it was called Blockchain Unchained. And some of you old-timers, ICO members will remember this. And we had a panel there called Women in Blockchain. And it was a nice panel. We had some people over from Asia that were also participating. But what really shocked me at the panel was that it was actually there was not that much knowledge of women at work or in business, especially not in crypto and blockchain. And when somebody in the audience asked one of the panelists, a colleague, a very nice colleague of mine, what she thought how would blockchain technology and crypto help women. And my colleague, she much younger colleague, hesitated and couldn't really answer. And that made me write the article that I wrote in 2017 about why we need women in blockchain. Now, let me very quickly answer that question: why blockchain technology and crypto can be good for women. Women have always been marginalized. In Switzerland, for example, we didn't even have the right to have a bank account until very recently, relatively. So I think women got the right to have a bank account somewhere in the 70s, or if I'm not mistaken, but very, very, very late. So we are a marginalized minority. We have traditionally been in the world of finance. So, just like poor people are marginalized minority in the world of finance, women too were marginalized. And what crypto does is what we just achieved with our community, although we did it with equity, but what we achieved was we brought everybody, anybody with 100 Swiss francs could become a partner with us. So we opened up to the public. We just held a people's equity. 16,000 people contributed 20 million Swiss francs. So this is a disruption. This is an innovation. And whenever there's a disruption, whenever doors open, that is good for the marginalized, namely women. Now, what the good news is, when I started working for SwissBorg back in 2017, and when I went to the Blockchain Unchained conference, I did a bit of research. There were something like 5 to 7% of people in crypto were women. I just did a little research before I came on here, and that figure has now moved. TechCrunch actually put that number at something between 20 and 50%, which is a huge increase in the amount of women in crypto. And they used the amount of women that are on crypto exchanges for these statistics. And the reason for this is both simple and beautiful. Two things really helped bring adoption by women. One was NFTs, and the other is gaming. So NFTs and gaming have opened up the space. We now have more women. Of course, we have more people who actually know about crypto. So the more we adopt for the masses, the more women we will have naturally. But the simple truth is that mass adoption cannot happen if we exclude women, like we had done at the beginnings of the crypto movement. And what really excites me is that this fundraising, I don't know the number of women who contributed, but I know it's a good chunk of women probably. And what this fundraising has proven are community-centric value, and that community-centric value is what brings inclusivity and more participation by women. When I started, there was only 2 women at SwissBorg. When I wrote that article, there were 14. Now we are more than 50 women working at SwissBorg. We have in all departments. So I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud of this fundraiser. I want to give a shout out to all my peeps on Twitter and all the social media handles in the community who contributed. And
thank you, Cici. Yeah, thank you, Cici. It's really great to see all the women working at SwissBorg, but most importantly, with our 2 panelists here, Mona and Amber, we have actually a woman investor and also a woman ICO members. So I would really like to introduce these two beautiful ladies to you all. So first, Mona. So you started in consulting, and then you quickly moved into the tech space. You were chief of staff at Nuri, and also involved in edtech, and you're also yourself a founder at Timely, which is a food and click and collect marketplace in UK. But most importantly, you are currently investment manager at Tokentus, which is a German VC, and you gave us the honor to join our strategic round. So Mona, can you please maybe start by sharing a little bit with us your journey into the tech space and then into Web3 and crypto as a VC?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me okay? Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for having me. I'm sorry I'm in transit right now, but I'm really happy to be here and to speak to you all about this. Very big fan of SwissBorg. We invested in SwissBorg with the fund that I work for called Tokentus, as mentioned. And we believe that SwissBorg is a phenomenal company and has really great growth potential, very strong management team, and generally everybody that I've met at SwissBorg has been exceptionally talented and impressive. So we're very proud to be investors in SwissBorg. My journey, which was kind of the second question, I think. It's been a wild ride, I would say. I started. I'm German actually, but I studied in the United Kingdom. After that, I worked 4 years for Strategy Amp, which is like a strategic consultancy of PwC in London. And then I was like, you know what? I should do something entrepreneurial. So I went back to Germany and I founded and built the German entity of an education technology startup. And built that up for 2 years, and it's still running. And it was born in New Zealand, and it's now one of the first unicorns of New Zealand. So it's a pretty cool, but very different tech company. But I really enjoyed building that, learning about entrepreneurship. And then I did an MBA at INSEAD University, where I also ended up founding another startup, as mentioned, Timely. And then I ended up really finding my love for blockchain. So I ended up wanting to work in blockchain, trying to look for opportunities, and then ended up working at Nuri, which is a crypto neobank, or was sadly a crypto neobank in Berlin. And then I went to Cyrus, where I am now, and I'm investing in blockchain companies, mainly with what I would call, Web3 financial services infrastructure, which of course also SwissBorg falls under. So I see a lot of companies, I see a lot of infrastructure, I see a lot of builders, I see a lot of management teams, and I can really clearly say that, SwissBorg is phenomenal from what we've seen so far. And so it's a pleasure to be an investor in the space because, I get to work with you guys and other phenomenal teams. So yeah, I'm very happy that my journey brought me now to the investment space and to the blockchain, let's say financial services market specifically. Yeah, I don't know if there's any other questions you may have, but I would say that's the journey in a nutshell.
It's very impressive. Very, very impressive. Very nice to have you on board.
Thank you very much.
I have one question. I would have a question, Mona. So what advice would you give to women who want to enter the space of Web3 and crypto? What advice would you give them and how should they do it?
It's a great question. Honestly, I have to say, don't be afraid, right? Truly believe in yourself. And I would say one of the things I often say is it's not just that you need to have financial services knowledge or you need to have a computer science background, right? It's really, this industry needs every skill set, right? No matter what your skill set is, if it's technical, if it's not technical, if it's marketing, if it's sales, if it's whatever it may be, you can find a space in this industry for yourself. And I think that's a really, really important thing to be aware of. And one of the how I kind of got into it was I started going to networking events, to conferences. I started speaking to people. I started learning, listening to panels, listening to other things. So sorry about this. But it's been really, it's been a journey, a collaborative journey, because this industry, I would say, is very collaborative. And I think believe in yourself is the advice that I give. Believe in your skill set and mingle. And I think you will find a space, because, you know, we need more women in the space for sure. And there's such awesome, you know, opportunities out there, even in maybe not the most bullish market at the moment. So if you're interested, also, you know, message me. I'm always happy to chat on LinkedIn or Telegram. And I can share a bit more details. I can share resources I use to learn about the space. So I think that, you know, that's a good starting point. Learn, mingle, and believe in yourself.
Thank you so much, Mona. I know that you need to join on another call in a few minutes. So thank you very much for joining us, and see you soon.
Thank you so much. All the best.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, Amber. Amber is a traditional finance veteran, and she's spreading the gospel of DeFi, crypto, and decentralization as a lecturer at a very renowned French business school. But most importantly, she's also founder of Alliance Block, and also the 200 Billion Club, which is a network of VCs that help to finance women founders and also underrepresented founders that create a startup. So Amber, very nice to have you with us. And I will highlight the fact that you're also a early believer in SwissBorg, because you joined our ICO back in 2017. So maybe you can share a little bit with us how brought you to SwissBorg, how you discovered us, and your journey into crypto and Web3.
Yes, well, hello everyone, and loving the community energy. It's just really impressive, loving it. So my journey, so I was born in France, but I was very, very lucky to live around the world, mainly in emerging market countries, in Asia, in Africa, in the Middle East. And I was and still am an avid musician. And at the time, there was a program or a software called Napster. For those of you who are old enough to remember, those of you that are not old enough to remember, it was a centralized music file sharing software. And obviously, in emerging market, to have access to music and be open to the world, the only way you could access it was through downloading all of these files on Napster. And in the early 2000s, Napster was shut down by the US government. For the little story, it's the Metallica's drummer, Lars Ulrich, that decided to sue them, and Napster shut down. But what emerged from Napster is what we call the Nutella protocol, which was the first decentralized peer-to-peer file sharing protocol in the world. And I was very, very active in the community and on the development of the Nutella protocol. But we had a major issue in the Nutella protocol, which was there was no incentivization. So you had the downloaders, you had the uploaders. The downloaders used to leave their desktop open at night for the uploaders to come and pick the information. So it didn't work quite well until I read the Bitcoin white paper in 2010. And I was like, Bitcoin actually solved the problem of monetization we had with the early peer-to-peer decentralized protocols by creating Bitcoin and actually rewarding the miners, which were the equivalents of the uploaders, right? You leave, I mean, in the early stages, you left your desktop open at night to be able to validate transaction and receive Bitcoin. Now, unfortunately, during this time when I started my career in finance, so I left Bitcoin and I left decentralization in the back of my mind and started a career in finance for the simple reason that, well, because I lived in emerging market countries, I always understood that there's something very wrong with capitalism today. Because
very similar with our founder, Cyrus.
Exactly. This is why I love what you guys do, and we are very much aligned on a lot of the things that you guys discuss. And so the problem with capitalism is that capital goes to those who have it instead of those who need it. But in the end, the economy is the heart of a country and finance is the blood of a country. And I come from a medical background. My parents were doctors, so obviously I didn't understand finance and I wanted to understand finance. So I started my career at Goldman. I was in research. Then I moved to JP Morgan, where I headed structured solution team and then macro systematic trading team. And then I was trading bonds for central banks and banks' treasuries. And it was during this time when my co-founder of Alliance Block came and told me, oh, there's this thing called SwissBorg. They're doing an ICO. And I'm like, what? What is this? What is this token? They're issuing tokens. And I'm like, wait a second. What is a token? Is it an equity? It's what? It's a forward. What is it? I couldn't understand. Now, obviously, I did my Dior on that. And I was like, this is an amazing idea. And so I quit my job because of you guys. So I was like, they're building a wealth management platform. I want to build a decentralized investment bank. And so this is how the story of Alliance Block started, because we were so inspired by what you guys did that we decided to quit our jobs and build Alliance Block.
So, beside Alliance Blocks, you are also founder of the 200 Billion Club, which is a network of VCs to promote women and underrepresented founders in startups. And you're based in London. So, can you share a little bit more with us about what you do with this club? And I'm thanking you as well for working with us, helping us during this fundraise, because you've been acting as a great introducer to many interesting leads.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure. So when I was raising for Alliance Block, as a lot of women founders know, I found it very frustrating. So I had some of my colleagues raising literally 10 times more than what I raised. And so when we did our IDO in November 2021, and then the company started booming, I wanted to focus on a social impact project. And what is better in social impact than financing 50% of the population that is not financed? Now, in the UK, 33% of all founders are women, but all women team get less than 1% of VC funding, and mixed team get 8% of VC funding. So you have 91% of all VC funding that goes to all men team. And we wanted to understand, why is that? Are we not good enough? Are we not good enough? Or is there some unconscious bias in the investment process? So we decided to go on a 3-month journey. We spoke with academics, we spoke with founders, we spoke with investors, trying to understand why women are so unsuccessful in raising. And what we discovered is 2 main pain points. The first one is the network. So the data shows you that 82% of all VC-funded startups come through a warm introduction. Now, women and underrepresented founders have smaller network, so the probability of getting this warm introduction is smaller, hence the probability of raising is smaller. And this is why we solve this by building this very large network of VCs around us. So we have over 200 VC partners in the US, in Europe, and in Asia. And we become this trusted third-party deal flow provider because we work very close to them. We understand their investment thesis. We're always in touch with them to see if there are some updates in terms of investment thesis, et cetera, et cetera. Now, the second pain point is much more interesting, and it has to do with gender stereotyped behavior. So there's a lot of reports out there. There's 2 main ones that I want to discuss because they're the most important. One was in the Harvard Business Review, and it shows that women are asked preventive questions when men are asked promotive questions. So preventive questions are questions that ask you to defend your business, to defend your financial, to defend your go-to-market strategy, etc., etc. While promotive questions are questions that ask you about the opportunities of the business. And why is this relevant? Because what the study showed is when you're asked a preventive question, you end up raising 5 times less than when you asked a promotive question. But the good news, if you're able to pick up on these preventive questions and answer them in a promotive way, then this unconscious bias disappears and you end up raising the same amount as men. The second piece of research that I quite like, and I love the title, it's called Don't Pitch Like a Girl. And that one was very, very good because it showed that the bias is not against women. The bias is against feminine stereotyped behavior during the pitch process. And so what they did, they had 4 cohorts. a cohort of men with masculine pitching style, a cohort of men with feminine pitching style, and similar for women. And they asked a group of VCs to rate them. Those that were the best rated were obviously the men with masculine pitching style. But surprisingly, the second best rated one were the women with masculine pitching style. And that came as a surprise because normally in the corporate world, it is the opposite. If you're too assertive as a woman, you will be labeled bossy. But in the VC space, the stereotype of a successful startup CEO is someone who's very assertive, very direct, very clear in their thinking. And so we decided to launch a program that focuses on these two aspects, and we are actually an accelerator for female and underrepresented founders, where we have traditional things that accelerator do: product market fit, networking, mentoring, etc. But the real innovation that we brought is really focusing on building pitches that speak to VCs. So when you go in front of the VC, you know you're going to nail it. And we have a very high success rate. 75% of our graduates end up raising, on average, $1.7 million from our VC partners or from other VCs in the network.
Yeah. So essentially, what you do with the 200 billion club is what Serena Williams is doing in the US, promoting women founders and also underrepresented founders with her VC. Yeah. And so for those in the audience who may want to reach out to you, so you are sourcing mainly startup projects that are in Europe and in UK, and you work with the network of worldwide VCs, right?
No, we have startups from all around the world. So we have one of our star startups is a Series A that is based out of San Francisco. We have startups in Hong Kong. We have startups in Europe. So we still don't have startups from Australia, if anyone from Australia is here.
Good. So thank you very much, Amber, for joining us and for helping us during that race. And it was a pleasure to have you with us. And ladies, I don't know whether the third panelist is in the house.
I would have to ask Danny.
It's Radhika.
Yes, I would have to ask Danny to put her in.
Great.
Hello. I have one question, Amber, before you leave. This might be a little bit provocative, but I know there's probably a lot of men listening. How do you think men can be better allies to females in the workplace and within the crypto space?
Listen, there's unconscious bias everywhere. I have an unconscious bias against women sometimes. Yeah? And I was reading the report about the Harvard Business Review. So I do a lot of angel investment. I noticed that I do have this bias as well sometimes. So it's very important to recognize that everyone has a bias. And it's only when you recognize that you have a bias that you're able to move forward from this bias. So what I would ask the men is to understand, I mean, just look at the numbers. We are less financed than women. We are less financed than men, but our role in the workspace, or our role as startup founders, is as important as that of men. And the data, again, shows you, I love data, so I always talk about data. The data shows you that diverse teams produce or generate revenue 36% more than only men. So investing in women and supporting women is not just to raise the flag of womanhood, it's actually good for revenues and good for business.
Yes, it's good. Inclusivity is good for business. That's a very good message to send. Inclusivity is good for business.
And women's role in wealth management is super important, because since we have a longer longevity, a lot of wealth are being transitioned to women in the household. So that's good to know.
Yeah, and remember, it's very funny because people don't remember the budget in the house is managed by the woman. It's
exactly.
Not by the So if a woman can manage the budget of a house, I'm sure she can manage her own assets.
Money equal power. Thank you again, Amber. My pleasure to introduce you now to Radhika. Radhika, I met her November last year in between the Web Summit and East Lisbon. Over that weekend, she was organizing a woman hack in Lisbon. So Radhika has been working at Rocket Hub, which is an incubator in Lisbon. She's been involved with the several DAOs and as a core contributor, including her DAO. And of course, she's the founder of Women Hack, which organizes conferences and also hackathon with women and for women. So Radhika, very pleased to have you with us. Maybe can you share a bit with us your own experience and what Women Hack does? How does Women Hack promote inclusion and diversity in the Web3 space?
Sure. Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. It's a pleasure to be here. Women Hack, like you said, it's a two-day event, which is a conference and a hackathon, especially focused for women, like the name says. And we organize and we curate the best speakers in the Web3 industry that are building amazing projects, and we invite them to come to our events and participate to basically motivate and to host workshops for women developers who want to create and build dApps in the space. So our hackathons are actually very dynamic. They have a sense of team building around it, and it's a very nice feeling to have so many women involved in the space. It's actually very refreshing comparing to other hackathons in the space to have something so curated for women, because the projects that you see coming out of each hackathon are very much focused into solving real life problems which women face in day-to-day business, in day-to-day routines in their businesses as well. So what we've seen with Women Hack and with our partners is that people are very excited into bringing more women into the space, and the whole networking involved, and like it was mentioned before in this call as well, it's very important. And that's how I actually met SwissBorg, and I met Min in the hackathon as well, and it's been super exciting.
Yeah, it was lovely to we actually met during her DAO, and it was great to see all those women coming from tech or business space joining together forces to promote women in that space. So according to you, why is it important to promote diversity and inclusion? How can it benefit companies in general, and more specifically Web3 companies?
So what we've seen for women and women developers, and especially the ones that are willing to form teams and develop their own projects or contribute to other projects, is that they really focus on bringing a new structure of the product or something, a feature that is still not out there. And how do they do it? Is with their experience of collaboration and with their experience of inclusivity. And what we've seen in other projects, it's very lack of inclusivity. You are either very focused and tech focused and developer focused, and so your goals are very much into bringing that project into life, where when women participate in that project is basically to see how can that project be beneficial for the end users, and how can be better used for end users, and how we can actually contribute to solving real life problems.
So in what you say is involving women helps for mass adoption of Web3. So, and in terms of hackathons, what are the positive outcomes of hackathon, and how can they help the mass adoption according to you?
So a very positive outcome of the hackathons is the projects that are built and the projects that are continued to be built thereafterwards. So the hackathon already has an incentive to build with their prize pool, and now in the edition that you participated, it was actually a very nice prize pool that we were able to distribute to all the 14 teams who participated. And obviously the other positive outcome of it is the talent acquisition that comes out of this event. We don't know the possibilities of one person that person what can do, even if they don't have a developer background. But when they join a team of developers, they bring a whole new perspective. And also making sure that all the developers that participate are educated in the space so that they can bring in and build in all these ideas is very, very important. And that's what we actually do with Web3 Hubs and Women Hack in throughout the year. Not the events are spread out throughout the year, but in between we host workshops and educational programs that are targeted for alumni in each universities or targeted for graduates from universities. And what we can see is that women are more effective in bringing in all this new talent than actually men when they capture talent. So we believe that the adoption comes with women first.
So do you plan to organize all the sessions of Women Hack throughout the year, this year? Where would be the venues or roughly the dates in case some of our audience would like to join?
We have 10 editions of Women Hack, where we plan, in each edition, we not only welcome new projects to be built, but we also incentive for the projects that were built in each previous edition so that they continue building and continue growing their project as well. So that is a twist on some hackathons that don't always allow that possibility. We actually incentive for the projects that were built in each previous edition to continue be building. And the big incentive for the hackathons is the last edition, which we are planning to have over 1 million in a hackathon prize pool to be distributed to the winning teams. And we're hoping to keep that 95% women attendance in the hackathon, and we're very proud of that.
Fantastic.
It's good to hear that there's a continuity throughout the different editions. Charlotte, would you have a question for Radhika?
Yeah, so it seems like the hackathons are a really nice way for women to enter kind of like softly, or it's a nice transition to begin understanding the space and coming into the space. Would you say there's other avenues outside of hackathons which might be a bit like too technical, other avenues which are less technical for people to sort of begin getting into the space of crypto?
Yeah, for sure. So one of the other avenues, and specifically with her DAO, which is a community-led DAO and focused in women to onboard into Web3, not only women developers, but builders and artists as well. So we find that hosting and doing a lot of networking events is very efficient. And in each activation, we either incentivize people to collect POAPs, we incentivize people to basically have an ENF, for example, or we give airdrops to people, and we post bounties for women to actually find out more about Web3. So not only the hackathons, which are and can be very technical focus, we do have the networking aspect all in her DAO, basically to build a community, and whoever is more interested in building and becoming a developer can then come to our events.
Yeah, I think what's good with the Women Hack is that beyond the hackathon aspect, they also organize conferences and they invite many speakers, not only women. And I remember November last year that as a side event to ETH Lisbon, it was very well organized. So you can just join and mingle and do networking. So it was great to meet the women in that space, but also men that are supporting our presence there. So there was a really good vibe there.
Thank you so much. It was actually awesome, and to see the men supporting this kind of projects and initiatives it really gives us more incentive to show them what we are able to do and what bringing women to their teams as well potentially can be so beneficial for all of them as well. So this is something that we are very continuously working on it. Each edition is curated it's a whole process. It's very time consuming, but the outcome has been just extraordinary. And the first edition was so successful that we decided to continue and host 10.
Yeah, great job, Radhika, and thank you again for what you do for women in that space.
Thank you so much, Min.
Thank you so much, Radhika, and Min as well for moderating. Min, do you want to talk a little bit about your journey within the space? Because, I mean, you did a brief intro, but it might be nice to hear a little bit about your story as well.
Yeah, sure. So just like Amber, I'm from the traditional finance space. So I worked 10 years as a corporate sales based in Hong Kong, covering Chinese corporate. And I was covering FX and interest rate products for numerous bank, American and European, and so I was based in Hong Kong. So after 10 years working in Hong Kong with my husband, we wanted to relocate it back to Europe, closer to our parents, because we were going to become parents ourselves. So we wanted our kids to be closer to their grandparents. And when we were located back, I had 3 years of a maternity break. And then my husband was switching from traditional finance into crypto and Web3 space. So that was before COVID, and we were based in Paris. And so after my maternity break, when I wanted to resume working, I knew that because I relocated from Hong Kong back to Europe, I was going to, I need to start from scratch. So that's when my husband actually suggested, okay, why don't you consider Web3 and crypto? It's a very interesting space. It's where finance meets tech, and we also need people with the business and finance knowledge. So, and I started researching, and then I came across SwissBorg, and I just fell in love with how we promote diversity and inclusion with this video involving a lot of SwissBorg employees. So and I just applied, and I went through the different rounds, and I met with the people, and it was a really great opportunity for me to resume working as a mom, because I think in that space it's possible to work remotely, and it gives a much more flexibility to you. And when I look into what blockchain and the crypto enable, I think that it's a no-brainer. It's the future of finance, because coming from traditional finance, I know how opaque is the layering in finance, and instantly and also being a immigrant, Chinese growing up in France, I knew about this cross-border needs and for the underbanked people. So all those philosophies just converge, and it just makes sense for me to join that space and contribute. And it's really no regret, because I joined more than a year ago, and it was a great opportunity for me to get to know the people in that space, and it's extremely welcoming. It's easy to reach out to people, and a lot of things are going on, and it's been a great journey. Although that 2022 is maybe one of the worst year in the crypto life, but overall, I think it's when you face challenges, it's the best way to learn and to grow from there. So it's I will encourage everyone to learn more from that space, and don't hesitate to make the jump, and it's been an exhilarating
this
journey.
fundraiser is such a great achievement, because it comes during this horrible crypto winter. It's really really exciting to have made it a success. Thank you for all that you did, Min.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for sharing, Min. It's always a pleasure as well working with you. We love having you on the team. So now something exciting. I'm sure all of you guys are waiting for us to spin the wheel. It's about time that we spun the wheel. So it's the first time that I'm going to try and do this. So just bear with me.
You're gonna be just fine.
Okay. So I need to also we have the winner. The winner is Claudia from Switzerland. And now we will see what she's going to.
So is it a fortune wheel only for
You can
women?
share, maybe you're presented.
Can you see it?
Aha, there we go.
Okay. Tell me when to stop. Cici.
Stop.
Oh.
I was
It's not bad. Congratulations,
Not bad.
Claudia. We will send you the prize of 100 CHSB. I don't know why I changed the price. Okay. Perfect. So we also have our women's themed Kahoot quiz coming up. There will be 1,000 CHSB for the winner, 500 for second place, and 200 CHSB for third place. If you win, you will need to screenshot your username and the fact that you won, and then you will send an email to giveaways@swissborg.com. Danny, okay, perfect. If you would like to participate, you need to download Kahoot and you need to put in the game pin. We're waiting for players to join.
Charlotte, I'm going to say goodbye to you and the community. Thank you for this, Charlotte, and thank you, community, for helping us raise this money. We are SwissBorg. To the moon.
See you. Let's give it a little bit of time for people to join. Let's give it just another minute or so. You guys have a pretty good chance of winning the CHSB at this rate. Come on, guys, watching from YouTube. No, anyone can join the quiz. It's not just for women. Anyone can join. Okay, I think we can start in a second. "30 seconds and we'll kick it off." Okay, we have 19 of you joining, 20. Let's try and get a couple more. Claire in Crypto is in. CC, you're back in. You're on mute, CC.
I just dropped in to say one thing. We just reached 21 million CH.
Woo!
Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.
Okay, we'll kick things off in just a second. Okay, we have 27 people joining. Danny, if you want to kick it off, let's go. So this is the one we used for International Women's Day. True or false? International Women's Day has been celebrated for more than 100 years. True. Unexpected. Congratulations to the 8 of you that got it right. Next question. SB Lover out on top. Next question. Who is this famous American activist? Ooh. The quicker you answer, the more points you get. So try to be quick on those answers. Rosa Parks. Let's see who is top of the leaderboard. Damn, SB Lover, still number 1. Good job, Russell, coming up into the leaderboard. What was the first European country to allow women to vote? Gotta be quick, gotta be quick. Finland. Finland was the first. Let's see who is on top of the leaderboard now. Will SB Lover still be out on top? He is. Who is going to knock him off the top spot? Or her, actually. Who's the most famous female superhero? Five, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Is it Catwoman? I would say Catwoman. Wonder Woman. Nice. Someone get SB Lover off the top spot. Who's going to challenge them? Next question. True or false? Spain was the first European country to pass laws on paid menstrual leave. Something pretty recent that happened. It was true. Just in the last couple of months, Spain approved paid menstrual leave. A nice progressive move forward. Not far behind, not far behind. Next question. What was the first country in the world to apply laws on menstrual leave? Trick question with the previous one following this one. Okay. Damn, they're pulling away. 6 correct answers in a row. Question 7. Who was the first woman inducted into the into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? I don't know what happened to me just then. I left, I came back. Aretha Franklin. Next question. Let's see who's on top of the leaderboard. Ooh, this one's going to be tough to catch. 7 in a row. Russell coming up into 3rd place there. Nice. Next question. Who's the author of this painting? Author or artist? I would say the artist. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Frida Kahlo, famously with the unibrow. Russell's pulled up into 2nd place. Will he catch SB Lover? Let's see. Who was the first woman to win a Nobel Prize? Got to be quick to get those points. Of course, it was Marie Curie. Okay, this looks like it's going to be a tough one to catch, but Russell, we're counting on you. Let's go. Who was the first trans woman to win an Emmy? I actually didn't know the answer to this one. Oh, it's getting closer. NR1, is it? Not bad. Next question, let's go. Who is considered to be the first programmer ever? The women were the first in tech. Ada Lovelace. Next, let's see. Oh, nice rise there. Rise up the ranks. SB Lovers still out on top though. Which singer won Album of the Year Grammy most often? The Queen. It is the Queen. Oh, I thought it was Beyonce. I'm wrong. Taylor Swift. Okay. SB Lover, you have got this under control, it looks like. Simone Biles is the most decorated athlete in which of the following sports? She is an absolute machine. Have you ever seen her? She is incredible. And she's absolutely tiny as well. It is gymnastics. If you've ever seen her floor routines, chef's kiss. You guys have 3 questions to try and catch our SB Lover at the top. Who is the queen of Fido? SB Lover, the 1000 CHSV is right in your sights. Second to last question. Here we go. Who has more Grand Slam titles? It is Serena Williams. I think she's actually the person with the most titles in tennis, if I'm not mistaken. Last question, SB Lover. This one is all yours, it seems. Me has come into the game. Who has spent more time in federal prison, Martha Stewart or Snoop Dogg? It is Martha Stewart. Let's see who is top of the leaderboard. I think I know who it is. Who is going to be second and third? If you won or you came second or you came third, take a screenshot of your username and you will need to send an email to giveaways@swissborg.com. And we'll get those prizes sent over to you. We are coming to the end now of our Women's Hour. Thank you for showing your support. Thank you for listening to our amazing panelists. I hope that you found that inspirational. I certainly did. It's really nice to see these women, prospering in the industry, and it really gives confidence to people like myself and I think other women in SwissBorg that anything is possible. I think we will be passing on to Benji, if I'm not mistaken. But before we go, let's do another spin the wheel. Okay. Bear with me one more time because I need to find the spin the wheel. Spin the wheel. Give me just a second. Okay, so our winner is Kevin from Brussels. Congratulations, Kevin from Brussels. Let's see what prize you are going to win. Kevin from Brussels, congratulations. You have won $100. Congratulations. We will send that over to you. Thank you so much all for listening. I don't know if Danny is taking over now or Benji. Benji.
I think it's me, if you can hear me, rocking the old swag.
Great. Thank you so much for listening, and I hope you're not sick of the sound of my voice. I'm going to pass over to Benji, who I think is going to introduce some of our community members as well now.
Yeah, if possible, if anyone wants to hop in, for sure.
Cool. Perfect.
Thank you so much, Charlotte.
Signing off. Bye, everyone, and thank you
Amazing.
for participation in the Series A.
Well, hello, everyone. You're left with me. I don't have that much of a plan. I am going to be talking about some interesting stuff. I did not get the green light So it's going to be kind of just you and me chatting about what's going to come. And there's a little bit of spoilers. There is a little bit of alpha. And I thought I would have Danny with me, but it looks like I'm solo. So let's just see how this goes. The first thing I wanted to do is kind of see if we could have a sort of community sentiment around the protected shoes, because we've been trying to rework it with Danny to have it, let's say, more reliable. I think this is the word that we were looking for. This is something that was very important to us because we felt like at the moment there's a lot of frustration guided to the protect and choose because let's say the conditions aren't necessarily as transparent as everyone wants them to be. So we were looking for a way to make them more reliable and hopefully make you guys more involved and happy to see the protect and choose. Oh, we have Danny here. If you want to. Hello. Are you in the train?
Hey. No, this time I'm in the office. So.
Oh wow, cool. Maybe you'll show a few of the team members then later on. Now the trouble starts. Here we go.
I think they are celebrating, and I will try to fetch some of them to say hi.
That sounds great. So yeah, what can we say about what we've been working on without spoiling the surprise, because it should appear in the powwow next Tuesday. So with more information, but we'd like to give a little pre-taste here so that you guys are aware that something cool, or maybe you won't like it, but we think you will. Something cool is coming.
Yeah, so I think what we can definitely say is it's a topic that is pretty, let's say, a hot topic. Don't you say?
Yeah, it's a hot topic. There's this big pool of USDC, or is it, I don't know which currency it's in, but fiat that we're going to be using to purchase HSB so that people can define or voice what we should do with them. This is an important mechanism that we have around HSB, and changing it up is something that we were kind of skeptical of because it's already been changed once, so people don't necessarily want it to be changed again. But if we're not changing it too much, then I think it's okay. So yeah, these were the issues that we were facing currently with the community sentiment. I think we could say that we'll be voting or voicing our opinion relatively soon in the next month, but not with the whole pot. So that can be a first disclaimer, and only the premium members will be getting the bigger voice or the bigger share of the decision-making power. So this is something cool that I'm looking forward to. Do we have anything else that the community can be looking forward to that would be nice in the next weeks to come, months to come? I think with 20 million that have been raised, I think 21, CC said about half an hour ago.
Yeah, exactly. We just reached the threshold of 21 million raised. Maybe we'll reach even more. Maybe we'll reach the 25 by the end of the stream. We are we are
that would be
we don't have much time left. I think we have maybe less than 2 hours.
Oh, is it not until 10 p.m.?
It's still 8 as far as I know.
Ooh, so here's the suspense. And yeah, I'm reading some of the comments. I was saying there are a couple of people that are looking for support. So the best way for this is to go in the support section of the app. Unfortunately, Danny and me don't work with the support team, and we don't have access to what they have access to, and vice versa. There is this, let's say, the transparency has a limit inside the company. We don't have access to all of you guys' info, and that's a good thing. And the support doesn't have access to all of our marketing tools, so they couldn't do a post on the official SwissBorg Twitter channel, for example, which is probably also a good thing. It's safeguarding mechanisms. So yeah, anyone who needs any help with the app, definitely head into the support section of the app. You have the little profile top left, click on it, slide to the bottom of it, and then you'll see it. It's highlighted. Super easy, and it's like a chat box. So if you've ever used WhatsApp, you'll manage to get there super easily. We also have a guest who'll be hopping on in 25 minutes that you probably all know, and we'll be talking about NFTs and play and earn. If that doesn't tip off who it is, then I don't know what will. And we're going to have also some of the cool games, so the spin the wheel and the cahoots, I think. And we're going to have, obviously, Cyrus, Anthony, and Alex that will be joining us as well, or at least that's the plan. Might change since then.
Yeah, they were there at the beginning of the stream, but they will come again maybe later. For sure, later.
Optimistic that my 200 CHF investment will make me a millionaire in a few years. I believe in you. Optimistic indeed. For 200 to make you a millionaire, that's I don't know how much that is, but it's a 5,000x multiplier, maybe something like that.
Not good.
That is that would, yeah. If SwissBorg was to grow 5,000 times bigger, I think we'd be a monopoly. But I mean, hopefully it can double up. I think that's a pretty nice target. Yeah. When I write to support, my ticket is closed. That is a tricky one. Hop on Discord. Let's see how we can help you there. Don't understand why you didn't just keep protect and burn. Never got the chance to run a modeling during a bear market where it could have had the most impact. That's a cool question. That's a fun one. Protect and burn. It was lovely. We all loved it. I particularly love the fact that it was deflationary. So the problem that I see, at least on a personal level, with CHSB at the moment is that there's more and more CHSB in circulation, but there's not necessarily as much incentive to buy when there's no newcomers. So the reason to buy CHSB right now is to get the premium account, and the more new users we have, the more premium accounts get sold, and the more CHSB is locked, and that decreases the circulating supply. In a bear market, we have more CHSB that's given out in yields than we have premiums that are being locked, so people coming in. And this is kind of problematic because it means that essentially there's more and more CHSB that has to be bought for the price to stay the same. The protect and burn, at the beginning, we would buy tokens in one bundle. We would buy it from the market. And then at a later date, a week later, we would send it to the burn address. So it had kind of this double effect where you purchase the tokens, so there's an impact in the price because there's suddenly more demand and less supply, which is what brings price up. And then we burn it, so we send it to the address, so that means that there's less CHSB circulating, which means that any purchase or any sale will have a bigger impact as well. This was a mechanism that was super efficient, or not as efficient as we want it to be, even if it was a great marketing tool. So when we did posts or when we talked about it, people loved it. But when we were looking at the price in the short run, it didn't have that much impact. The protect and choose was the evolution of it, where we said, okay, we're going to be doing the same thing as we did with the protect and burn, but instead of just burning it, we're going to be doing the protect part, which is what brought the price up and what people loved the most. So we're going to be doing that still, no problem with that one. But instead of just burning it, people will be able to choose what they want to do with it, which is a great idea, and it's a great concept. But I think that where it went wrong is that on a few quarters, we chose not to conduct the protect and choose. And this was for good reasons in the long run, but in the short run, with the price of CHSB going down, it obviously created a lot of frustration, and understandably so. So we're trying to make this better, and you'll hear more news about it very soon. And I see that we have a guest that has joined us, who will be ready to enter whenever he is, who has also worked with us, if I can say, a little bit on the next iteration of what we want to do. I think it will still... No, it won't. It won't be named the same thing, but it's the concept is very, very similar. You want to invest in Series A?
Hello.
Hello, Julianas.
Hello, hello. Nice to see you guys.
How are you doing?
Yes, very good, very good. Happy to see that there is a sprint at the end of the Series A. Very good.
A very clear sprint, that's for sure.
Yeah. Less than a sprint,
really...
more marathons. It's been now 3 hours that we are live, and still have 2 more hours to go.
Oh yeah, no, live is good.
5 hour, yeah, 5 hour sprints. It's nothing for us. I would die after 2 minutes.
Yeah.
If you want to invest in Series A, you have a little bit of time left. I hope if you already have a SwissBorg account, it will make it much easier. But to do so, you just have to have Swiss francs if you're in Switzerland, and or USDC. Go on the Launchpad. You type Launchpad SwissBorg, and you'll find it on the first result. and then scan the QR code with your telephone or whatever device you're using, and then you'll be able to choose whatever currency you want to use. And you'll be getting, I think, a 3 or 5% cashback in CHSB on your purchase if you're already a SwissBorg user, and if you're premium, maybe even more. Sounds like a party in the office. Danny?
Yeah, sure. Maybe I can show you. Let me see. How do I? Let me check real quick.
I think most people probably know you by this time, Julianas. Even those that don't speak French know that he's our very trusted, knowledgeable, expert SwissBorg. We won't call you an influencer. Let's call you a highly valued community member.
Yeah. Community. 100% community. Nice. Lot of people.
Yep, and there seems to be some community members there. So as you can see I can hear really.
Let's dox everyone.
But maybe to be a bit less noisy, we'll just stay around with you guys. But
this is in the Lausanne office.
Yeah, exactly. What if is it with our guest Julianas? Do we want now to switch into French, for example, for a little bit of the sprint for our French speaking users?
Yeah,
pas de souci, hein.
Moi, je peux très bien parler français.
Ok, switchons en français. S'il y a trop de gens qui s'énervent, on re-switchera.
Parfait.
Yeah. Alors, cette fundraise, Julianas, est-ce que tu en as marre de nos posts sur les réseaux sociaux?
Pour tout vous dire, les deux derniers jours, c'était un petit peu compliqué parce qu'on a changé la photo de profil et moi, j'ai été repéré par Twitter comme changeant ma photo et du coup, j'ai pas pu ni revenir sur celle d'avant, ni aller plus vite et passer à 2-1. Donc un peu bloqué dans tout ce qu'on aurait voulu pouvoir aider plus. Donc voilà, mais moi, je suis content qu'on arrive à la fin et qu'il y ait surtout cette accélération là. Même si c'est un marathon, même dans les marathons, il y a un sprint. Quand on voit la ligne d'arrivée sur le bout, et j'étais de ceux qui pensaient qu'effectivement, plus on se rapprocherait de la fin, plus on aurait de chance de voir un petit peu les gens décider de bouger et d'investir, parce qu'avec le marché qui repartait un petit peu, et là on voit que quand on se rapproche de la ligne d'arrivée, il n'y a plus de doute, quoi.
Ouais. Mais je pense que c'était un petit peu prévisible aussi. C'est un peu comme les mints des NFT en soi. Au début, tu as beaucoup de gens qui mintent d'un coup. Et puis à la fin, tu as aussi beaucoup de gens qui commencent à se rush parce qu'ils disent c'est le dernier moment. J'ai $50, j'ai 50 francs. Ils seront peut-être mis à mieux là-dedans que si je les garde pour moi et puis je vais finir par acheter un gâteau et le manger tout seul demain soir. C'est pas du tout quelque chose qui pourrait m'arriver. Et puis du coup, ils l'achètent et puis ça donne un peu ce boost. Donc ouais, c'est très cool à voir. Et ouais, il y a 2-3 questions. Il y en a une que j'aime bien là.
Ça fait tchac, tchac, tchac.
On est magnifique. Parfait. And do we have that question about the L2s? Tu voulais en parler, Danny?
On travaille dessus. On peut pas donner de date parce que évidemment il faut qu'on s'en tienne à notre. Non, on essaye de plus avoir cette réputation de soon, mais on bosse dessus et je peux vous dire que c'est déjà en test en ce moment, donc c'est bien avancé. Je sais pas quoi dire de plus à part que ça va bientôt être release, mais on est en anglais, donc voilà.
Voilà.
On préfère garder la surprise. Et peut-être à un moment donné faire un petit hop, et si jamais on a sorti ça, et bien évidemment les gens ils attendent pas mal.
J'ai encore les actions alors.
On a Cyrus qui parle dans l'arrière-plan.
Exactement. Donc il va revenir. Donc oui, une des choses que j'attends beaucoup, que la team attend beaucoup et on est en train de bosser dessus, c'est par exemple l'intégration de la blockchain Polygon. Donc ce sera une des premières qu'on va intégrer lorsqu'on aura le support d'un multi-chain.
When does Danny start the German show?
Non.
Not soon.
Je vais commencer.
When speaking French to exclude some people, like me, for example, yeah, it won't take too long. It's just a fun little blink because we know a lot of the people who are in here are speaking French and are French speakers. So that gives a little breather for those that don't understand French. You can go get a glass of water and come back. It'll only take 5 minutes, and then we'll switch back to a language that most, if not all, hopefully by now understand. Merci les gars, vous êtes top en français. Merci à toi. La wheel. T'as les codes de la wheel, Dany, ou il faut que je...
Oui, tout.
Ok, super. Eh ben, on en fait une quand? On en fait une...
Maintenant.
Pas maintenant. D'abord, on a un peu plus de Julienas, parce qu'il est là, donc autant qu'on te fasse parler un petit peu, et en français. Et puis après, on re-switchera en anglais avec quelqu'un qui aime bien les NFT aussi.
Ah, impatient.
Oui. Julienas aura du travail dans le pot de la semaine prochaine. Mais j'espère que ce sera du bon travail. Et puis, normalement, ce sera pas du terrain tout nouveau non plus. Est-ce que tu as des attentes pour le long terme du CHSB? Est-ce qu'il y a des choses que tu te dis, ça, ce serait vraiment une case qu'on n'a pas cochée si on le fait pas, ou si en tout cas on ne regarde pas plus en profondeur dans une particulière feature ou quelque chose?
Pour moi, ce que je trouve qui est vraiment changeant par rapport au monde traditionnel financier, c'est le côté d'avoir un actif financier d'une certaine façon qui peut gagner en valeur et monter dans le temps, et qui me permettent réellement d'améliorer mon expérience. Donc, il faut vraiment que le CHSB, dans sa façon de penser, puisse être un petit peu ce que certaines banques comme Caisse d'épargne en France ou autres proposent des parts sociales ou des choses comme ça. C'est un peu ce qu'on aurait avec le CHSB, sauf qu'en plus, on aurait des avantages dans l'environnement. Donc, il faut vraiment que le CHSB soit dans l'ensemble des features et que le fait de le détenir m'apporte un avantage. Et il y a tellement de possibilités qu'en fait, que ce soit la carte, le cashback de la carte, moi, une des features, ce qui me plairait le plus avec la carte, c'est ce qu'a réussi à faire il y a quelques années Revolut, où on décide de top-up, pas de top-up, mais quand tu dépenses, de faire l'arrondi et d'avoir un arrondi qui soit une sorte d'épargne automatique. Et là, tu pourrais choisir la crypto que tu voudrais. Et parmi toutes celles-ci, tu aurais ton CHSB éventuellement.
Effectivement.
Et je sais que quand Revolut avait fait ça à une époque, c'était pas du vrai Bitcoin, mais c'était quand même investi dans quelque chose qui suivait le cours du Bitcoin. Et j'étais comme un fou parce que je payais tout pour la place des gens. J'étais prêt à dépenser pour eux, juste pour avoir ce petit côté effet dollar cost average sur du Bitcoin, mais quasiment tous les jours, quoi, pour toutes mes dépenses. Et ça changeait complètement mon mindset à l'époque.
Ouais.
Et donc c'était juste, j'explosais.
Même sans vraiment que ce soit conscient, presque.
Ah, c'était dans ma tête.
Ouais.
C'est-à-dire que je savais que... Alors en plus, je mettais un truc, c'est que je faisais l'arrondi, et c'est un arrondi multiplié. Donc si ça me coûtait 9,90 €, les 10 centimes, en fait, c'était $1 ou €1 que je mettais en Bitcoin. Et donc il y avait ce côté-là hyper accumulant, en fait.
Ouais, non, je voulais dire aussi, t'as pas besoin d'aller faire l'achat conscient de la crypto à chaque fois que tu fais une dépense. C'est vraiment tout fait automatiquement, tout seul. C'est vrai que ça peut changer la manière d'investir. Moi, quelque chose que j'attends beaucoup aussi, c'est le DCA. Après, sur la toute première itération, on va pas pouvoir sortir les yields directement et les envoyer dans une autre crypto. Ça, c'est sur le long terme, mais ça, c'est quelque chose que j'ai absolument envie de faire. Tu mets X USDC dans un yield, et puis tu les mets, tu fais en sorte que chaque jour, le yield achète du CHSB, ça te fait ton DCA, tu as beaucoup moins de risques. Et puis, bon, après, j'ai pris USDC, mais on s'entend, une stablecoin qu'on va juger moins risqué. Et puis ça te fait ton investissement un peu sur le long terme, ça deviendra quelque chose. Et puis, si le CHSB monte, c'est full bénéf. Et si il descend, tu auras seulement perdu les intérêts de tes USDC qui potentiellement sont pas si conséquents que ça. Donc, ouais, c'est vraiment quelque chose qui est un peu comme la carte que tu disais. Et je pense que c'est super utile.
D'une manière, c'est ça qui nous manque un petit peu pour l'instant, c'est que tout est un petit peu manuel de notre part. Avec les thématiques, ça change un petit peu parce que il y a cette diversification constante qui est présente. Mais c'est vraiment ça la force de l'informatique, c'est que c'est automatisé. Donc quand ça, et je comprends que c'est imminent, en tout cas les premiers vont pouvoir tester bientôt le DCA, c'est le début. C'est le début de ce que vraiment une application est capable de faire. Et on est trop nombreux, je pense, à investir la première fois sur de la crypto et puis lâcher un petit peu, alors que si on avait cette fonctionnalité-là d'automatisation, ce serait fou.
Ouais. Et puis ça aiderait un nombre innombrable de gens aussi.
Ah oui.
Parce que le but, c'est pas seulement d'avoir des features, mais c'est aussi que ces features elles soient utiles et qu'elles puissent permettre à quelqu'un de vraiment grandir le patrimoine, mais pas juste avec un coup de chance, mais vraiment en construisant une méthode qui sur le long terme est rentable, viable.
C'est l'avantage de l'automatisation, c'est qu'il y a une rigueur complète. On l'a mis une fois en place et puis c'est tout le temps là. Alors que nous, le DCA, même si on se dit tous les matins je fais ça, à un moment donné, on a oublié, on est pris par quelque chose et puis on le fait pas. Et puis une fois qu'on a commencé à rater un coup, on se dit j'ai survécu à ne pas faire mon DCA et puis parfois on reprend plus.
Puis après on se dit mince, j'aurais pas dû arrêter cette bonne habitude que j'avais prise. Un peu 7 minutes de sport par jour, tu les arrêtes et un mois plus tard, tu vois les conséquences. Ce crypto-investissement, c'est assez similaire. Et puis ça nous touche tous parce que si on n'était pas des investisseurs, on ne serait pas là sur le live YouTube aujourd'hui.
Exact.
Voilà. Je me demande si on ne devrait pas re-switcher en anglais.
Yep.
Parce que we did our 10 minutes in French. And I think that so that we can keep the dynamism and we can keep everyone going and understanding, we should switch back to the it's not the most spoken language, is it? Let's call it the international language. And yes, DCA is good. We were saying that it's important to foster a real behavior when you're investing and to be rigorous and try and have something that's sustainable for you as a person, but as an investor as well. So yeah. But yeah, it's Schweizerdeutsch 9. No. But Danny might be able to. I can't do Schweizerdeutsch.
Yeah, it depends which part of Dutch. So
yeah,
it change.
Oh yeah, that is a tough dialect. So, did we do a flashback of everything SwissBorg's built so far before this tower that's featured here? I think that's an interesting, because we're going to be talking about the future in about 10 minutes, but there is a whole version of the past. And Julianas, I think you were there even before we were. So, like before the SwissBorg app, before Crypto Challenge, before all of that, it all started with an ICO, a little bit like this fundraise. And I think Akim's story was one that I thought was super cool, with Cyrus going up to people, speaking to them, saying, "Hey, this is my vision, this is my dream. I think it's a good idea for you to join me on this trip," and a real leap of faith. Did you tune in at this time where it was still kind of blurry what SwissBorg was going to become, or?
Yeah, I was there definitely in the community, mainly after the ICO. So I participate in the ICO, but I was not really engaged before. Because I discovered the ICO at the start, but some people were there little bit before helping around the ID. So my journey started really at the ICO. And then yes, there was at this time only Telegram. And so there was a big amount of people because it was 2017 and the ICO hype, etc. And yeah, and at this time a lot of people, but with bear market was a tough time. But there was some like a family that raised around this, supporting the team while it was difficult because no product yet, as you mentioned. Hope, make a lot of hope. A price of the token that was decreasing, and a lot of people doubting about the Fed, etc. That there is nothing at SwissBorg, and we are losing your time. And then people like us that following the project day by day, week by week, seeing that there is some sign of truth, sign of proof also that there has the money, they are still building, they didn't jeopardize the money. And yes, at a point the app was live, there was a test, then the app, and then we see that that they were working in the dark for so much time for an amazing and incredible product. And starting from there, that was just magic because we climbed from few thousand people to 200,000 people, and then Buran, etc. So that's the story. Incredible.
Yeah.
And so it's important to follow a project and to see that yes, they are doing something, they are releasing few things. And last months, you did very well. So,
yeah, a lot has been done for sure. The Earn team has been pretty much on steroids, with Domain leading it, like a madman, just finding the strategies. A few mistakes. We're not going to lie to ourselves. Some communication errors, some last minute strategies that unfortunately some people had to miss or did miss. And but I think all in all, there is still a huge number of success stories in what was built in the recent months, and even before that, I think it's good to remind ourselves that at first, and that's when I arrived as well, it was the community app, and you could bet on the price of Bitcoin. And this wasn't the product that people had necessarily invested for, but they saw that it had the grounds of something that was at least looking great. And so you had to bet every 24 hours if you thought Bitcoin was going to go up or down. And then, depending on if you were right or not, and the amount of tokens that you bet, which weren't real tokens, they were just points, I think, you would get more or less points, and your target was to climb that leaderboard. And then you had the page with the with what I called one of the smartest marketing tools I found or I saw, with the little badges and the referrals, and you had to do 10 predictions, and you had to invite 10 friends, and you had to bet 5,000 points 10 times, and you had these kind of targets that showed your commitment and your involvement in that community app. That community app, however, did come to an end, and the rewards were decreased from what they initially were supposed to be, which caused a bit of FUD. And soon after that, the crypto challenge came up as well. The crypto challenge, which is the cap that I had here, that didn't last that long. I don't know how long we had the crypto challenge for, but it wasn't necessarily the app that we had for the longest time. Even if I mean, I loved Sunni. I thought it was super fun. I don't know about you guys, but it's definitely something that up down.
It's kind of frustrating because I was so bad at it.
I think at one point I was just going up 1,000 points just every day. Just every day I'd connect at the exact same time, and like a robot, I just go 1,000 points up, 1,000 points up, and I wasn't even looking. And it wasn't the bull run, so I was doing okay. And yeah, how did you play it, Julian? Did you try and calculate your way?
Yeah, at the I make a lot of referral at the start of this game, so I have a little part of the point from this, and so I played very, very carefully, so for a long time. And then referral don't do too much, because at a point I started decreasing in leaderboard, and so I have to take risk. And at this time, even if I follow, it's difficult to manage to say at 24 hours where the price will be. So I made few good bet, and when I climbed a little bit, I started again to play secure. But I didn't manage to stay at what I was at a point. So yeah.
So yeah,
that was the strategy based off my points and how was going the thing.
Nice. Yeah, I think that's a very viable play. We also have the guest, so we talk a bit about the past, and the present is the thematics, the SwissBorg App, and everything that you guys know. There's a smart engine, and then the future is also immersed in DeFi and in well, everything that our next guest is going to be talking about. It. Let's not spoil. Are you ready? Can you do a thumbs up?
Yeah, definitely.
There we go. Everyone's happy. Hello, Louis. How are you doing?
Hey, how's it going? Thank you so much for having me on this live. I've been following the live actually for quite some time. It's definitely exciting time for SwissBorg. I'm actually meeting Anthony in about 2 minutes, so I might have him just on the screen. Sorry
Nice.
for the backgrounds. But yeah, I'm happy to discuss about XBorg. I was just talking to a user on Telegram about XBorg within the SwissBorg ecosystem. Do you have any specific questions that we should go through?
I think something that could be super interesting is we've seen that there's a lot of investment that are done in different branches of crypto, right? So there's DeFi, and so with XBorg a bit more focused on. I think it could be interesting to go in that direction.
Yeah, so I mean, if we look at the GameFi space today, and we look at the overall investments from the large VC funds, which can be A16Z or even Sequoia, or like the largest funds out there, and if we look at the overall amount of money invested into crypto, I think about 40% goes to gaming, and it's definitely one of the most invested area in crypto at the moment. We like for some examples, we have Azra Game that just received about 25 million in investment, and some very large studios like Enix Studio, the one of the largest studio out there, that raised for its Web3 branch. So that's definitely exciting. And any specific genre of games you're interested in, or because I could talk about this for hours.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see maybe there's here we go. There's clearly a lot of money that's flowing into the sector. Why?
Well, if we look at gaming as a market, gaming is about 3,000 people. So just the scope of gaming is substantial. In terms of revenues generated, I think the forecast is about 400 billion by 2026. And crypto is actually an amazing use case to gaming, whereby most of the revenues are derived from the players, but at the end of the day, players don't own any of what they purchase. So if you buy a skin on a game, it's actually not your skin. And of course, that's a great use case for NFTs, whereby if you buy a certain asset, it's actually yours to own. And just today, I can't state the name, but I was basically talking to the CEO of the largest esports team in the world, and it's hard to contain your excitement when you see that the biggest guys in the space are actually making huge moves in the Web3 space. Now, these are moves that are being prepared. These are not things that are live. because there is still unknowns with regards to jurisdictions, etc. But they are making moves in the space, and that's why the industry is betting on this, is because if you have, we just announced our partnership with Team BDS. They are the world's champions on Rocket League. Rocket League has 200 million players. So if we look at the active addresses on chain, on Polygon or Ethereum or the BNB chain, it's a very tiny amount compared to just the user base of Rocket League. So just imagine having Rocket League on chain, that would add essentially 200 million people on the blockchain, and that's huge. So those people that invest are looking for the catalyst that will bring crypto to masses, and people think, and I think this is true, and for the right reasons, that blockchain and crypto gaming will bring us to the next phase of growth for the crypto space. And I guess when I talk to people about XBorg and SwissBorg, it's really what they should see, and that XBorg here is a huge growth mechanism for SwissBorg. Of course, you also the news of Team BDS. Team BDS is about 200,000 fans, and when you bring that on our applications, that's of course huge volume. That's today about 1/3 of the user base of SwissBorg, and I guess I went a bit off track, but hopefully that was a good answer.
No, I think that shows the potential, and you went really well from showing the potential as a whole to going straight exactly to how this potential applies to SwissBorg, which is really cool. I like the fact that we can think that even if half of the fans were to interact with one of our services or products, that would still increase by more than 12% the number of total users on the app, which is, in one move, pretty impactful. I think this is great. And Julianas, I think you also have your involvement in XBorg. Do you have that? Like, what are the nuances you would say between SwissBorg, which is an investing app, and XBorg, which is at the moment also organizing loads of tournaments, and I think it's probably a bit more active around social media. What do you think the main differences between these two entities, even if it's the same company, but are? If that's not too difficult of a question.
It's very difficult because the main product is very, very different. But from what I heard from Anthony's last show, what can bridge both is the identity of investors with SwissBorg and with players with XBorg. So I think this is a way to use this, to say that there is a link, a big link, and also we are passionate at SwissBorg, and it's the same at XBorg. So there is also this link for people that join the big this big project.
The bigger picture. Yeah. There was a question about SUNY, unfortunately, before. That SUNY theme park. I think it's going to be a good running gag. I really like the idea. I could imagine it. I think the character's fun enough for it to be that you can imagine. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm sorry to break the news. I don't think the SUNY theme park is on the roadmap. Not yet. Nor the SUNY token. But who knows? With the X5000 that I forgot who was mentioning before. Maybe. Yeah, XBorg is a game changer. XBorg is a game changer for sure. Is Louis still there, or is he locked up with Anthony? Not sure. Let's see later on if he tunes back in. In the meantime, it's a little bit early for the spin the wheel. But I wanted to talk about something that's, I think, quite interesting as well, which is actually, if some of you don't know, I'm also studying economics at university, and I'm doing my bachelor thesis on how difficult it is to do marketing on the blockchain. And I ran this survey some time ago, and I had loads of results that I think are super good insights and really show that there are different profiles of people, and the people that are using SwissBorg or that are using exchanges or the blockchain are much more forward-looking than those that would invest in crypto from derivative websites. So I found big differences between someone who bought his Bitcoin on Revolut and someone who bought his Bitcoin on SwissBorg, just because they have different objectives, they have different targets, and they have different reasons for buying crypto. And although some of the incentives to buy crypto are similar, the reasons why they don't buy more are very different. So, for example, if you buy crypto on SwissBorg, you're more likely to buy it because you believe in the tech. You're more likely to buy it because you believe that in the long run, crypto is a reliable financial means of transfer or value or storage. And if you're on Revolut, then it's probably because you want to make a quick profit, or it's probably because it was available and you had some extra cash and you thought, why not diversify? So I thought it was interesting to see that you could separate people from where they buy their crypto and look at why they bought it there and why they keep it there. And I don't know what you think of this, but I definitely like the fact that the SwissBorg users are more long-term looking. I guess it kind of makes sense, because if they weren't, they probably wouldn't be with SwissBorg anymore. Yeah, I like to see the knowledge gap between the different segments as well.
I'm not surprised by your explanation. I think it's correct. When I see my behavior and the behavior of my friends, they buy a token because they believe in it, and that's why they keep it. They do like they do with small token that what they do with Bitcoin or Ethereum. They understand that behind Ultra there is a project, behind SwissBorg there is a project. Also Matic, there is an ID behind this, and so they don't buy just for see the price double, triple, but they do it because they expect sometime perhaps to use the product, or just to see the vision in concrete reality. And so they believe, at least my friends believe, that Matic can have a very big future, like Ultra, etc. So perhaps we have a community like this also, and user like this, because when someone joins us, it's also because someone explained them what is our own vision, and that if you join us and you buy this token, you can expect this and this and this. It's not just you can come and make some bucks. You come because you can do something with Web3 and etc.
You can build.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's important to onboard people with quality and explanation, more than just make some crypto gain in a way.
There's a couple of questions here. Do you actually own the crypto you buy on Revolut?
No. For me, no. I because I have no more crypto on Revolut, and I didn't I wasn't able at that time to send it out.
Yeah, not on chain at least.
No. So
I think
it wasn't possible.
I think it's if it's not an IOU, I think it's a derivative. It's not, you're getting the promise that they have the equivalent to pay you if ever they were to have a problem, which is kind of what banks do. If you have a certain amount in your account, they might not have that amount in their treasure chest in gold, but they are telling you, if you want to withdraw it, we will probably be able to give it to you. So I think it's kind of the same thing with Revolut. They function in that way a little bit more like a bank. There is a study I saw, can't recall where, about mobile, PC, console usage, and mobile usage outperform the rest and will continue to do so. Yes. But nonetheless, we are working on both options. So that way there's no more fighting. But I think that the SwissBorg app is on mobile because the community voted for it to be on mobile.
Definitely.
On the referendum. It was quite close, 55 to 45, if I recall. You did you vote, Julius? You remember better than I do, maybe.
Of course, I vote.
There we go. So
And I voted for the PC because it was said at that time that it was easier to go on PC than mobile, and I wanted to have the product as soon as possible. So that's why I voted the PC.
Yeah, and but I guess that maybe if SwissBorg today was on PC, I can't tell if it would have so much differentiation from others than it has on mobile, because one of the key reasons that people are using SwissBorg, or at least are interacting with it, is because of its simplicity of use. You won't. I haven't tested all of the apps, but I've never tested an app that I thought was easier to use than SwissBorg. And I don't know if on PC it's the same or if it's a different approach. I don't know if you can really have the same connectivity on your PC than on your mobile. I know that, for example, when I have funds on my Ledger, because I use Ledger for my NFTs, I have to be on my PC if I want to be using it. And if I go out, or if I go to the office with my other computer, or if I'm not home, then I can't use any of my funds. I can't do anything. With SwissBorg, I have it on my phone. It's always in my pocket. If suddenly I want to do a dumb move and sell USDC at 95 cents on a Sunday afternoon, well, I can do it. I'm not stuck. It wasn't necessarily a great move, but I wasn't restrained by having to be using a computer, which is, I think, something that's quite valuable. Yeah. Mobile, keep it. I like mobile. I think, yeah.
What I can say at this is, when I use traditional finance, I have the option to use PC or mobile, and I often use my mobile. So the only reason I use the PC is because it's not doable on my mobile. In fact, so I need the specific usage to go to on the website.
Yeah. And I think people seem to agree, and that's really, really cool. There is here. Okay. Yeah. Agreed, Juju. Always community sentiment. But in the long run, I think having both is probably a good way to go. I don't know to what extent they'll be communicating with each other. I don't know how easy it would be to do everything. I think more info will be coming out, not in the next weeks, not as quickly as the Protect and Choose would, but definitely quite soon as well. And when Suni back, that I have not seen Suni on the roadmap. I'll see if I can get a plush in there and on the merch or something, but I don't think people would like it too much if we invested back into Suni. Laptop version for DeFi purpose only. Yeah, and why would you need the laptop for DeFi purpose if you have every good DeFi strategy at the tip of your finger on your phone? There is that to think about, and I think that's something SwissBorg has built over the years, which is really fascinating. On top of that, obviously, there's the community. There's people like you, Julianas. There's Gonzo in the chat I see here, and I think I can maybe also consider myself a member of the community at first, because I have been doing a lot before Jackie told me, "Hey, do you want to join the marketing team?" Yeah, so there's definitely some road there. I think we've all done a lot of road together, and there are some rough times. There were some rough times. I think there are probably still some rough times ahead, but I'm very, very hopeful for the long run. I can the real OG. So yeah. Yeah. But yeah.
I probably leave you here, Benji, if that's okay for you.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much for tuning in.
See you soon, and happy to be here, and a big up to all the community members that are here with us. Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye-bye. So.
I need to quit. Yeah, good.
All right. So if anyone wants to join the stream, feel free to ping a message, and I'll send you the link so that you can tune in as well. Community members and shareholders, everyone is included. Everyone can tune in. And with that said, I think that right now what I'm going to be doing is setting up the wheel. I don't know how they selected the winners before, which is going to be the interesting thing here. But it's a gold win, a gold spinning ticket. If you want to get yourself a golden spinning ticket, you have to invest in the Series A shares. And this is only available for, according to Danny, 1 more hour. I don't know any more. So 1 second. Here we have, oh, it's everyone who did a transaction today is eligible. So that's what I'm going to have to do. Free airdrops, not right now. All right. Changing the subject a little bit. Have you guys seen the hero score? Alex has talked about it the other day. I saw that the feedback of the community was a little bit torn. A lot of people didn't necessarily understand everything, and a lot were super hopeful for it because it is something that we've been talking about for some time. Basically, a system that would be rewarding your interaction with SwissBorg altogether. Soon. There is, at the moment, a quiz or a survey that you can fill out on the Discord. So you can connect there, look at the announcement, and then there's a survey that has all of the different rewards that this system would be giving you. It is super helpful if you have answered that survey. All right. Now let's get to the Wheel of the Fortune. Oh, I need to find the email. All right, this is going to be a little bit trickier than I thought. I'm going to wait for someone to help me because I can't do 2 things at once. So either I speak, either I do the wheel. Both I'm going to be lost. All right. Give us some alpha. Free CHSB airdrops now. I mean, I think we could probably work with one of them, but we'd have to find a place to do the free CHSB airdrops. Or at least we need to find a way to make it so that it's really random. All right. So I'm going to pick a number between 1 and 50. I'm going to write it down on this sheet. And the first person who finds it will be getting 50 CHSB. And we can do a couple of those. So one number between 1 and 50. So I'll let you spam the chat and give me numbers between 1 and 50. The first to find it, I'll bring it up and... Wow, okay. All right, no one has it yet. So it's not, oh wow, okay, let me, 22, 13, 50, 33, no, 49, 11, 26, 15, 6, 17, 45, 44, 42, 43, here we go. A lot of you were super close. So Mathieu Ray, the number was 43. Let me see if I can show you the proof. You can't see it. I should write in a different color than red. Here you go. 43. You can read it here. I'm going to do it a second time. Same reward, 50 CHSB. Let me just write Mathieu Ray. I'll let you join the Discord and tell us that you won. Or yeah, you can contact me on loads of places. So ping me a message and I'll make sure it gets to you. Okay, I'm going to pick another number. I'm going to put some lines in the chat as a SwissBorg channel, and the other number will start after those lines. So,
hey.
Hello, Danny.
What are you doing here?
I'm giving away CHSB. No one told me I could, but no one told me I could. Wow, this one went super fast. Okay, so the winner is Philippe M for this one. The number was 21 for the 21 million raised. Well done. I don't know if you guessed it or if you were tactical on that one. But Philippe, well done. I'll let you find me on social media. And Danny, let's try and get that spinning wheel going.
Oh, sure.
All right.
Let me share my screen.
I think that's a fun game.
They are too fast for us.
Yeah, that 21 went way faster than the 43. I should have been smarter on my numbers chosen. For all those who didn't win, I'll do more later on. Do we have the winner for this one? The person that will be getting the reward from the spin the wheel.
Let me check on the back office, and I'll do some random myself and just like scrolling around and.
All right, that works for me. So I don't know if the criteria were public or not, but I think we're picking from everyone who did a transaction today.
Exactly, yeah.
So any of these people will be eligible to be getting whatever we are giving away in this stream.
Throwing away. Yeah. You can say that if you want.
You don't have to keep posting numbers. We will do these later on, but I'll be putting the lines to show where the numbers start again when we do it again. But I think that this was fun and that you guys like it. So I'll do 2 or 3 more. It's 50 CHSB each. That's what I said.
Okay. Cool. So if you do like the other version of the spinning wheel, I will beginning to hold the button and you will tell me when to stop.
All right.
Let's start.
Stop. $100 in ape.
Wow.
I did not know that was a reward. Well done. So who won the $100 in ape?
So the winner is Mathieu from Lisboa.
Lisbon?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Well done, Mathieu. I hope I saw a Mathieu here somewhere. I hope it's him. That would be really cool.
Yeah, you will be getting the reward like really in the next week normally.
Yeah, whenever it drops, but it will drop, and it will drop in your wallet, and it will be $100 in ape coin, which is a token that, although we don't know if it's going to be doing super well, it has a super high yield. Or does it not anymore? I think it still probably does.
How much is it today?
So when we launched it, it was 120%, or even maybe more than that.
Yeah,
and right now,
I think it went to 150 or 80.
Wow. Let me check. Yeah, that's insane yield. But and it's coming directly from their app. I don't even think it's. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to get Doman to tell us more about this.
Yeah, unfortunately he can't today.
Oh, maybe next time.
Sure.
Oh, it's not that. Sort by. No. Yield. Here we go. It is the highest yield, and it's only 52%. I mean, that's still pretty good, but it is lower than it was when it launched. Is that good for the ape ecosystem? Probably. It makes less inflation, as I was saying. That's probably something that is highly appreciated by their community, because 120% is, I don't know if we can call it unsustainable. It went to 200%. Yeah. Here we go. I think I want to do that game with the numbers again. I think that was fun. I don't know. Should we do it again?
I think. What's the rule? What's the rule?
The rule is that I'm going to be putting lines in the chat, and then I'm going to be writing a number on this notepad. And the first person who guesses the number that I'm going to be writing is going to be getting 50 CHSB. It's quite the easy concept. So let's do it 2 more times. I'm going to pick a number between 0 and 75. I'm going to make it even trickier. Here we go. And
it has to be full numbers, not a float one.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to pick 52.7. Okay, so let's see what we have. Wow, this is okay. Yeah. 30, 53, 62, 23, 44. Hey, I think that Andre's playing. Andre, you're not allowed to win.
But he can win a place to come here in the live.
You can come in and you can join us on the live if you want to. Vincent, well done. You have guessed the number roughly 1 minute after I have tuned it in. So do join our Discord server if you're not there already, and ping me. I should be Benji Borg, and we will make sure to get the CHSB through to you. And I'm going to do one more. This one will be between 0 and 100. And
while
you
you're
have
doing
to wait
that, I
for
will
the
try
line.
to fetch Cyrus.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. So I have to pick a tricky number.
Yeah, not 69.
Did he really? Okay, fair enough. I'm going to be putting the. Here we go. There is a number between 0 and 100. The first one to get it in the chat wins 50 CHSB. This is the most entertaining game that I found so far, so we're keeping it up. En français, ce serait plus simple. Choisis un numéro entre 0 et 100. Si tu es le premier à le dire, c'est le numéro que j'ai écrit sur mon bout de papier. Si tu es le premier à le trouver, tu gagnes 50 CHSB. All right. 99, no. 42, no. Nice try. 55. Oh, this one's going well. 77, 121. 93, Cyber Investor. Well done. You know where to find me. Here we go. This is a great game that I did not ask anyone if I could do, but you will be getting the CHSB. I guarantee it, even if it has to come out of my pocket, which I think it will not. But, you know, who knows? Je viens d'arriver. Est-ce que quelqu'un peut m'expliquer tous ces chiffres? Yeah. Oh, j'étais en train de faire un giveaway pour le premier qui trouverait le chiffre auquel je pensais. Yeah. Au moins la donnée du... Now you know. Now you know. So, all right. Let me see. Panel discussions on cryptocurrency trends and insights. I think interesting trends that we can go over is currently NFTs. I saw a lot of NFT projects that have so much traction. There's so many people that are interested by them. Some chats are even crazier than when you're guessing the numbers that I'm thinking of. And I mean, I don't know why, but the game's finished. But yeah, some chats just look like this. And Danielle, join the feel free to join. I'll send you the link through Slack. And so there's some of the projects that have loads of traction on NFTs, and it's just the chats are just crazy and people are crazy. And I think that it's kind of good and it's kind of bad at the same time. It shows that people are super interested by NFTs, but I think often for the wrong reasons. And they want to be making profits instead of really building something. And there are a couple of brands that are really building something in the NFT space, and then there are a lot of others that aren't so much. So when I'm talking about building, it's either by really creating this kind of adventure with a digital identity and a almost learning curve. So for example, Lacoste at the moment is building a NFT project that has different steps and that is going with time. In time, they're taking their time and they're making it more interesting as time goes. And then there's also other projects where it's a PFP, sell it if you can flip it, do X2 if you can, and then just cash out and leave. And I think that this second type of NFTs is something that we all should try to collectively avoid because it does give a bad press to NFTs and to cryptocurrencies. And it's kind of what was happening with crypto at the very beginning. I don't know how many of us were there, but I really remember that at first when I started interacting with cryptocurrencies, so it was 2019, 2020, everyone was saying, don't go there. It's scams. It's illegal. It's just to make profit. There's nothing there. It's fake money. It's internet money. Don't touch it. Which I thought, no, I'll look a bit further. I'll dig into it and I'll try and understand it. And then when you look into it and you can see, for example, you learn concept like decentralization, you learn concept like inflation. A lot of these things 5 years ago, maybe I wouldn't have been that at ease with. And now explaining to someone that the Fed can print as many dollars as they want, however they want it, and that means that each individual dollar is worth less, whereas Bitcoin, you can't print any more than 21 million. It has a finite supply. I would not have understood that this was an actual value, whereas now I do. I think these are concepts that as investors, we all start to understand, which are super helpful for everyone. But as individuals, before all of that happened, we probably wouldn't have. And right now we're in this phase where we think that it's easy and we think that everyone understands, but around us, they still don't have that, they haven't done that leap of faith, so they don't get it. And now we have to take it upon ourselves to explain, interact, educate, and really tell people, this is what crypto is doing, this is what it's going to become, this is why it could be a good idea to start interacting with it, or at least do the first step and start learning about it. And there's a lot that we can do. The first thing I think for exchanges is going to be talking about spread, for example. So a lot of you guys have been doing transactions or test transactions where you take a Coinbase or a Binance wallet or a Kraken wallet and the SwissBorg wallet, and you do the same transaction. One place has 0 fee and SwissBorg has 1% fee. If you trade something like Bitcoin, you might have quite a close scenario, and we see that not even 100% of the time. But if you take something like Engine or Aave, if you take Aave and you try buying $50 of Aave on Binance, Coinbase, Kraken, SwissBorg, you see that even if you take into account the fees, you won't get the same amount at the end of the day. And this is the power of something that was built right here, which is a smart engine that allows you to do a little bit like Trivago and bundle all the best prices for you in one place. I love that example because I'm sure that a lot of you have used Trivago or Booking. But when you go from one place to another, I could go from Geneva to London. It's the same time flight. The flight attendants are paid pretty much the same thing. The petrol is going to be costing pretty much the same thing. And the planes are the same models. So essentially for the plane company, it should be pretty much the same price. But if you take EasyJet or if you take Swiss Air, you won't have the same price for pretty much the same service. At the end of the day, you're going from one place to another. It's 1.5 hours in the sky, and you might get a little chocolate if you're lucky. That's not worth that big of a difference in price. And apps like Trivago, they will be listing all of your options, and then you'll be able to choose which one you want. At SwissBorg, this is maybe something that we should be doing as well. We don't list the options. We just give you the cheapest one, because who's going to ask for something that's more expensive when essentially it's kind of the same service? It's less noticeable on cryptocurrencies than it would be on a crappy airline, but the concept is still there. You're getting the best price action for something that you're doing, for an action that you're doing, and not many people understand it. And it's a very strong selling point. But that fee, that 1% fee, is something that many people don't look past. They see this and they're like, oh no, that's too much, I'm going elsewhere. And they don't think it through much. So I think it's something that I had, when I had the opportunity to explain it to people, they were super happy to start using the SwissBorg app. But when they don't know about it, they can be afraid. So yeah, I'm going to have 2 guests here. One of them has asked me to add him because he had a little bit to drink. The other one is, well, you'll recognize him. So I'll be adding both of them right now. Hello, welcome to the stream.
Hello.
Hey.
How
How's
are
it
you,
going,
Daniel?
guys?
Very, very
Great.
good. I'm here to celebrate with you guys.
Celebration. Come on. I think so, though. Before celebrating, we have to touch the temperature right now. 21,120,000, 16,567. This is breaking the world record and breaking the previous world record. And we're still going to be breaking it for the next 50 minutes. So that's exciting. So guys, let's get some party going on. What's Benji? How can we make this crazy?
How can we make this crazy? I think a lot of people have been asking for some alpha, which I didn't want to give too much of. I did say that we were working a little bit on the protect and choose. I didn't go much more in details. After that, we talked about, we had Louis, and we talked about Xborg and how SwissBorg is evolving in these different sectors. And I think something that could be interesting, as we have Danny here, is a lot of questions have been there about thematics. There are a lot of questions about how it's being evolved, how it's being redesigned. What's the thought process behind all of this? How do you decide this is something that we want to do or not? That's a tough question here for you.
Go for it, Danny.
Wow. but I need to be careful of what I say. I had a few drinks now. um, so you guys know, I'm on a different time zone. Don't think that I'm an early drinker. Just that tonight is Friday night, and I'm it's a good reason to celebrate. How do we prioritize things? Well, it's an excellent question. It really depends on many factors. One is the value that we think it can add to the users. Other one is also the feasibility. It's great to have an idea, but if it's not implementable for whatever reason, then we need to think about it strong and hard and see if it really makes sense, because there's always opportunity cost in anything you do. And we also need to make sure that it aligns with the business. With the wider business vision and the goals that we may have. So there's a lot of factors that go into it, into making sure that we develop a roadmap or any prioritization scheme that you may want to apply. So I hope that answers your question at a high level. I don't know how much detail you want me to go into, but there's many factors that determine it.
I think that's good. I like the opportunity cost part of it. There was a question I wanted to ask you also, Cyrus, is that there's, as I was talking before about that 1% fee, which is something that we've seen is quite easily debunked as being actually just us being, can I say ethical or should I say honest? Let's use one of either terms. So we don't have to have that 1% fee, but we choose to do it so that we're transparent. But it's obviously been kind of a hurdle. So could we talk a bit about why that choice? Because it's
well,
a choice.
to be honest, today even what is important is that people are shareholders today. So if they're not getting it, then because we're investing anyways, all the money that we're making in products and research and development, you'll be getting out in dividends if we distribute dividends. So this is was a great question. Maybe like still a few days ago. Going forward, it's very important that on the mission of SwissBorg, we do make a lot of revenues. And 1%, it's nothing compared of what you see on the other markets. Like if you just look at 21 shares, it's a great company. It's like 2-3%, and these things are for institutional investors, which are usually much cheaper vehicles than actually what we see in retail. So not that we're only cheaper and we're better. At the end, it doesn't matter because it's going back to shareholders, and you guys are shareholders, and those who are not shareholders anyways is going back because we are taking all the revenues to put back into the company for now. And I think so we'll probably be doing this in the next few years at least. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of these. You're getting a lot of love in the chat.
Okay, too much love. We need to spin the wheel, man. Especially for where are you? You're in Indonesia right now. Sexy Danny with your nice tan. Look like a surfer right now with your shirt open.
I'm trying my best to live. So I have as you know, I have a place in Switzerland, but I can't go into it yet for another month. So it was like, Jesus Christ, what on earth am I supposed to do? And then there's some of our engineers, and one of the best engineers we have, Arnaud, he's in Vietnam right now. And I thought, that's actually a really good idea. And I thought, well, I'm gonna try it. So I went to Indonesia. I'm in Bali right now for the next 3 weeks, and so it's really great because I will start work at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and I finish at like 11. Something like that, depends on the days, but it's really great because I can surf in the morning and then I finish the day nicely and I go to bed. It really works. So far so good.
Nice. Cheers to that.
Cheers to that.
I'm working on that wheel, so we're going to have to find another topic while it's ready.
Let's do it. While we're here, I know there's some Dragon Ball Z fans. Please make a wild guess. What's the name of this wonderful dude with this beautiful sword? So someone's gonna get this one. There's no Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, Pablo, we got it easily. Federico too. Sorry, Steve. No, it's not Naruto. It could look like Zelda. Zelda was actually a woman. It would be Link if you thought about Link, and I don't think Link had blonde hair. I think so. He had like brownish. Pikachu, le petit prince. It definitely looks like the petit prince, though. Okay, maybe I'll go for another one. What about this guy? Da-da-da-da. No, not Goku.
Oh, he got it. That was quite quick.
Yoda? No. No. Petit cœur. Yeah, Nick. Well done. Piccolo Federico, too. You got it right. Yeah. Piccolo. Yeah. Those are the older guys, and maybe just the last one. This is not mine, but who is she?
Jesus Christ, what is that?
These are the protector of my desk.
Was that Mama Claus? Like
It was Mama Claus, exactly. Are we spinning the wheel? By the way, Gilles is here, guys. Look, you can see, you can check out Gilles here. Look in the back, and of course our wonderful Danny.
All right, 1 second.
So what's the last topics, guys? We have 43 minutes left. 43 minutes to actually be able to change the scape of all time. We are right now at 21 million and how much? This is refreshing slowly. 150. So 21,150,000. We have almost 16,581 investors. Are we going to get to 17,000 in the last minutes or not? Are we going to be able to reach 25 million? It's going to be it looks very complicated, but hopefully we'll get there. That would be really awesome.
All right, I just have to share my screen, and we will be spilling the wheel. Present screen. Is it working? I'm going to take this as a yes. Alrighty, so Nick won this wheel. He's going to be receiving whatever we pick here. I don't know what it's going to be, but there are some pretty interesting prizes.
Nice 10,000 CHSB.
Whoa, that's
spin
sweet.
it,
All right,
baby.
I'll wait until one of you says stop.
Go for Danny.
Wow, okay, that's my sincere. All right, next a good one. Go, stop.
$100 in.
Listen, Nick. That would be worth a lot more than $100 in the coming months. So
that is a great reward.
Wait, there's over there, by the way, say hi to Michel and Crypto Phil is in the house, both of them, as you guys know them well.
Oh, wow.
True backers, lovely borgers. If someone wants to join the party, by the way, guys, we're in Lausanne right now. You're more than welcome.
Huge fan. Piccolo. Oh, yeah, you have a lot of Dragon Ball fans. All right, it's almost over for that fundraise. So it's been quite intense. I know that it's been intense earlier for you, Danielle, as you've been working on that launchpad. It's been quite intense for the marketing team as well. It's been intense for you, Cyrus, talking to a lot of people, presenting all over the place. What are you guys' best memories of the fundraise? How did this all go? Because, well, it's almost over, so we're going to be looking back at it and thinking this was quite the event. It was literally record-breaking.
What do we say? Or usually you say age before grace. What do you say, Sham? You walk me through a door. That's your thing, no?
Usually ladies first.
No, it's age, but grace before. What the fuck? It's not your thing. Okay, anyways, I'll start. Flying back from Brussels to Geneva, and I just had such a fantastic time in the events from Lausanne, which had like a lot of people. I don't know, 200-300 people at least was there. It was really amazing, very touching. Then I think so we were in Paris, which was really nice. It was beautiful. There was two stories in Paris, especially one story in Paris. A guy, he raised his hand and he said, sorry, I'm not a crypto guy, but I don't really understand the whole concept. I just want to say something that I participated in your ICO and everyone thought I was stupid. I put 1,000 euros, 2,000 euro, 1,000 euros, and like my wife almost wanted to like kill me for that because I was making 2,000 euros per month of salary, so it was quite crazy to put that much money. He lost 99% in the token, and then I bought back 1 cent or 2 cents, $1,000, 1,000 euros again. And thanks to that, well, then he was able to make a huge profit and change his life. And similar story happened in Brussels, and where the guy at the end, he sent me a message like, Cyrus, I just put 2,000 euros in the fundraise. Maybe for you it's not representative, but for me it's actually it's pretty much similar, a monthly salary. So I really, really strongly believe in what we're doing together. And I know I was in the plane, and whenever in the plane I'm tired, I think so. I have this more meditative mindset for some reason. And I was very emotional, and I realized that I think so we're doing the right thing. I'm really convinced that having a community today of almost 17,000 people that want to believe in financial independence, that wants to believe in decentralization, that wants to believe in the fact that we could take the power and we could actually create a change. And by doing so and making this community, making the change, is really what's the most beautiful thing you could ever do, right? There's no more than being able to be like so sovereign and being able to empower yourself to believe in something that is much greater for the community, not for yourself. And I think so a lot of people at SwissBorg usually have that mindset where you're like, it's of course you're doing a lot of things for yourself. Brace, right? In the plane, they even say you put your max oxygen and then you help the others. But finance, life in general, it's not a zero-sum game. It's not. That's what everyone was fed, and that's why all these countries are blowing up. But it's not a zero-sum game. Look at all the animals. Some of them are cruel, but in general, they've been living very well together for the last, thousand of years. And I think so. Here is the same thing as how you start to build an ecosystem that could work on the long run, which is much more fair. It's not based on color. It's not based on religion. It's not based on education. It's not based on which country you're coming from. It's not based on who do you know. It's based on who do you believe and how you get rewarded in a fair way. And I think so. That's for me the most beautiful thing.
What am I supposed to say now after that?
I was thinking the same.
That's a great answer. I'll keep it light because actually, Cyrus, you mentioned Brussels, and I was actually there with Sarah and Anthony that evening. It was
and
really,
your dad.
really good. And my dad. So my dad, who's not a crypto guy at all, but I've been pitching non-stop. The poor guy's been hearing about crypto for last years. So, and he actually changed his mind after that meeting. He really, really enjoyed it. I remember seeing particularly where at the end of the pitch, we were sitting together with community members. It was the night of the semi-final of the World Cup. I believe Morocco was playing against France. It was a bit wild outside in the streets of Brussels, like people were demolishing all sorts of things in the streets. And it was a weirdly romantic, if I may say so, moment where, we just enjoyed a moment of football all together after discussing great ideas. And it was just something so human about it. And I think it's something that epitomizes SwissBorg in a way that no other company has, or like very few have at least, which is that real the humanity that is put forth above all else. And that was a beautiful moment among so many other. Benji, you also mentioned the hard work that went into it before, and in fact, when I look at the numbers today, now the 21 million and world record-breaking fundraiser, I can't help but feel very proud about the work that we've done with the team as well. And at the very beginning, it really wasn't that straightforward because it was a tight schedule. And I remember there was one call I had with Julien, our amazing EM. It was, I think it was super late on a Friday evening. It was like 8 p.m. Like, Julien, dude, how on earth are we going to make this happen? Like, we only had a few weeks before the Series A would launch, and there's so many things that had to be done. And the fact that the team pulled together and made something happen that at first didn't seem really doable, and that now a few months later we have such an amazing result, and we have 15,000, 16,000 and more new partners on board is just so rewarding and so meaningful. So yeah, maybe it's just a moment where I can say a last thank you to everybody who made this happen, because yeah, some extraordinary moments happened in the process where we learned a lot and we laughed and there was frustration and no tears, but I think it was very close to tears a few times. So yeah, it was just very beautiful throughout.
Yeah. Exactly, and I think the people get it. It's really nice to see the vibes in the community on these events. I think we can call it an event quite easily. It's really supportive, and obviously there's always criticism. There's always things that are said that we could do better, but at the end of the day, I feel like we have a lot of backing, and it really feels great. And definitely you two have helped immensely for all of that to happen. So
What was yours?
oh, I didn't think I'd have to answer my own tough questions. I think I had a few moments where it was pretty much IRL. I remember we launched that fundraise, and a couple of days later, a lot of my friends and people I knew are like, "Hey, I now pay your salary because I'm a shareholder." And I thought that was it's a little bit provocative, and it's meant to be fun,
Cool.
but I thought it's still it's a leap of faith. It's a believing in the company that I work for, and they did it for maybe because I work here, but they also did it because at the end of the day they believe that SwissBorg is the best place to be investing in crypto, and they believe in crypto in the long run. And I think that having these people that I know invest in something that I love makes it much more powerful, and it really brings people closer together. And I think that it's also something that we saw all around the community. It's not just an investment, it's much more than that, and I think that a lot of people are feeling the same way, and the comments are definitely exactly showing what I'm trying to say with words, but it's much stronger than words. I don't have the capacity to, but yeah, it's just beautiful to see.
Sai, I just saw one of the comments, and it's actually a very relevant comment. One person said, "What are we going to do at the next shareholders meeting? We've got 16,000 people. We're going to have to rent a
Yeah,
stadium."
I was about to answer that one. It's funny they said that. Yeah, so 16,000 people. That's like bigger than like Zug and Lutry, where I used to live. So I have no clue, man. I mean, we have to figure this out. I thought about a lot of different things. I know that Lausanne now we have like stadiums, and we have new ones which are quite cool, and maybe the one from the l'Arena Vaudoise is really big enough, and we could have a massive party. Then I thought about why not have like this like in summertime, like in somewhere in the mountains, and go like bring tents and do something like that. But then I was like, yeah, but 16,000 people. That's like, Burning Man's it's 60,000, and then Burning Man you have to like, it's like huge. 16,000. That's even more than Paleo, our main biggest event that we have in Switzerland, which is organized by 1,000 people. So I don't know how we're going to manage this, but we are, because we are SwissBorg. and I think so it comes back to what you were saying earlier, is that we always said that we were made in Switzerland but owned by the world. Now we're made not in Switzerland, we're made in Europe, to be honest. But we're definitely owned by the world, and I think so that's really what we always wanted to push, and we need to push more. But yeah, I don't know, the next shareholder meeting, we really have to make it in a really big, cool place. And it can't be just like a regular meetup. It has to be like something big. And I'm sure with the 16,000 people, there's probably a lot of artists and singers and DJs and whatever, people from a lot of different areas. And this is, I think so the next step is how we unfold the DAO as well, the token holders, and how we could really plug and be able to really find how much great colors we have out of this crazy rainbow. Because 150,000 token holders, 16,000 plus maybe 17,000. If you guys are able to convince your friends, let's get to 17,000, guys. 400 people in the next 30 minutes. That is going to be difficult, but if you know people, that would be really awesome that we get to 17,000. That would be really awesome. 16,609. So we need 391 people to get to 17,000. Are we going to get there? Who says yes? Who says no?
How long do we still have?
28 minutes.
Oh, okay. 20 minutes for 300 people.
Okay, spin the wheel, man. Spin the wheel. We haven't spun the wheel for some time. How much people are watching here? How many lucky people are still with us? 87. 87 people here. So we have to be, all of us, convinced four people each convinced to get to 17,000. That won't be that easy.
All right.
When DJ Shen said starting, yeah, DJ Shane should definitely be one of our DJs. There's no doubt about that. Shane is the main.
So have you ever seen the shareholder meetings of Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger for Berkshire Hathaway?
No.
No? Well, I think it's going to be very different from those. I've seen a few videos, they just sit there, speak for hours in a quiet room and people ask questions. I can't see the SwissBorg shareholders meeting going that way.
No, what we have to think is a British company was probably one of the pioneer of crowd equity funding. It's called Brewdog, for those who don't know it, and you probably all drink it at some point if you drink beers. These guys have Punk for Equity, and I don't hold shares myself, unfortunately, but I know that their shareholder meetings are very, very cool, and they have, I think so they have more than us. I think so they have 25,000, if I'm not mistaken, or more. I forgot. They have a very big amount, but they did a lot of crowd equity fundings. They did like maybe 8 of them, or
some people suggest the SwissBorg Festival.
Yeah.
Okay, what are we aiming for?
Like, who has the funniest joke? First, anyone here that has a really funny joke, okay? So guys, just land any funny joke, and Benji, you figure out which is the funniest one.
I have to, okay. Okay, so I'll read them. I'll read them out loud. Okay. Okay, let's spin the wheel. And this is what the person with the joke is playing for?
Make a joke, yeah, exactly. You have to read it, and if Danny and myself laugh, that means it works.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
So the winner of the funniest joke.
I've had a few drinks already, so I might be laughing easier than normally.
100 in Matic.
Yeah.
All right, 100 in Matic for the one with the funniest joke. All right. So you can't read them in advance, otherwise you're spoiling yourself. The first joke is in. What do you call a vampire who is into finance? Count Dracula.
Wow.
Okay. Why do Bitcoin investors want a Lambo?
Because the rest is owned by fiat.
Yeah, because they know Ferrari is owned by fiat. Okay.
That's a good one.
I know that one.
Even in French, the jokes. Okay, if you have a joke in French, go for it.
Yeah.
When will we implement SwissBorg DCA? I don't know if that's a joke, but
I know it's gonna come.
That almost got me. That was a good one. That almost got me. We need a double laugh, okay, to make that $100.
Okay, we're still waiting on the winner here. There's $100 in Matic. This I think can be considered easy money. Oh, where does an Eskimo keep his Bitcoin?
Oh, cold wallet. No, come on.
Adam and Eve were the first ones to ignore the Apple terms and conditions.
Okay, that's worth it.
That's good. That's good. That's good.
Yeah. Well done. Porcula, yeah, I have your ID. $100 in Matic. Let's get honorable mention. Why did Bilbo Baggins always eat his lunch before noon?
Tu veux venir?
Because he's a creature of Hobbit. Okay. Where there's smoke once, my father came.
Hi guys.
Hey.
So proud to be here. That's super cool tonight here.
How are you?
I have the wheel as well.
He's doing a lot right now. He's gonna push us. Michel says he's gonna push us to 25 million. I said, don't do it. Come on.
Yeah, we have to leave some shares for other people.
Exactly.
What's a little bear with no teeth called? A gummy bear.
Not bad. Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah,
Not
I think Percula gets it though. I have a joke on Bitcoin, but it requires too much energy to get it.
Wow.
That's a hot topic right here. All right. 23 minutes before the end, I think. Do we have Alex F that's joining in as well? Maybe.
I think so. It's late for him, unfortunately.
Oh yeah.
Guys, on that note, maybe it's a good moment for me because it's going close to 2 o'clock in the morning where I am.
Yeah, the Asian guys are all tired.
Okay, good luck. Thank you for tuning in.
Thank you so much. Let's go.
Yeah, it's probably late for Anthony as well. Well, let's take this 20 minutes to talk about what should we talk about for the last 20 minutes. And by the way, guys, I'm very fortunate for all of you listening. We did this a little bit last minute, to be honest. So thank you very much to the team and everyone that it is. It's not as easy. Yeah. So what is green? Blip red. A frog is a blender. Sorry.
A frog in a blender. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
That's a gory one. All right. Yeah. I think what a lot of people are curious about, and a lot of questions were asked, is so these funds that were gathered, the 25 million, it was more of a target than anything else. It was like a North Star metric. But what's going to be happening now that these funds are raised? What are the next steps? How is it going to help SwissBorg? Like, we know it's going to, but.
Well, I think so. Like there's there's multiple reasons why we've done this. First is to show to the world that we now are the most trusted European platform, or just the most trusted platform. Because if you look at what's happening today to buy and sell crypto, or to go into DeFi and yield and staking whatsoever, there's not many platforms that are respectful and that do this job in a safe way, in a regulated way. You know, there's very small amount of players, and even less tomorrow. So I think so for us, it was really very important after 2022 and even 2023 in this first quarter to say that we are SwissBorg, right? We are community backed, and we're owned by our community. That was the very most important thing. The second, well, we really wanted to offer the opportunity to get into. So what's our valuation right now? It's probably 240 or something like that. No, 222. Oh, wow, that's a perfect number. That's one of my favorite number. That's why I wanted to raise 22 million 2022. So if we stop right here, which is fun. Anyways, if we get to 230, 240, 250, doesn't really matter. It's still a valuation that is high, but it's quite low compared of any competitor of what we were offered in the past. And therefore, it's a great way for people to grow their wealth, like with our token, and we have a track record that speaks for that. And the second thing, the third thing, which is very important, is that what we have to understand here is that the more we have money, the more we're able to hire. And we explained this several times, that it's not for vacation or whatsoever. It's not to pay like expensive you know offices or whatsoever. It's really to hire and attract and retain essentially better people in order to develop better products and services. So I think so that really what it is. In terms of roadmap, we talked a lot about automation of trading. So DCA, hopefully order limits after. Um, Obviously, there's this new debit card that should be coming in the pipeline. There's as well just working on scaling our own existing technology, right? There's we have to realize that the smart engine takes a lot of time to, it's like F1. You have a motor, right? But doesn't mean if you build that motor for 2020 in 2022 is going to be the same best motor. You still have to essentially re-engineer the thing, rethink, maybe take different exchanges and make sure that you're creating from an API to fixed protocol and making things better and all that. There's the fact that we need to as well decentralize the SwissBorg token. You have to give it a great life out of the app, because we were very much based on the app, and I think so that was very good for 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. I think so 23, we now really need to give it a life out of the app. It's a little bit like a teenager that now has to graduate and go to college or go to the real life and has to live its own life out of our ecosystem. And that's a big thing for this year. And then the end is the infrastructure that people know, which is how do we become the default option, the simple, safe SwissBorg wallets that will open the doors of Web3 and navigate through DeFi, through MetaFi, through GameFi, for whatever different experience you have through Web3, and make sure that you're safe, you feel well, and you're able to onboard the next million, 10 million, and more users into Web3. And that's really what this is all about. It's how to get access to Web3 in the most simple, secure SwissBorg way.
And maybe one day you'll just have to say in the most SwissBorg way, and everything will be bundled in together.
Exactly.
Amazing. Yeah. There's so obviously investing in features, investing in employees, everything that our users want to see, want to interact with, want to enjoy, and yeah, a lot to come. I think we have people that are joining here. I don't know if they want to come say hi or if they're just hanging in the StreamYard. Don't hesitate to ping me if you want to join the stream. 221.2, so it's still going up, and we have 15 minutes left. This sprint or marathon is ending in 15 minutes. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. I'm very excited about how we've unfolded. It's always funny because everyone, what I like the most, I think so in life, I don't know why. I like really to show that people are wrong all the time. I had a lot of easy things that happened to me in life, but I had a lot of hard shit too that happened to me in life. And I always enjoyed more the hard things. I never had really good fun when things were easy. I usually got very bored. From martial arts to mixed martial arts to from breakdancing to any sport that was dangerous or was very early, that was very avant-garde, that was that you could only learn by yourself. There was no teachers whatsoever. I always really embraced that path, and I think so. We're always going to continue that way, just to challenge to do new things and make it worthwhile for your community. That's my thing I enjoy the most. And everyone said, "Yeah, it's not going to happen. You're not going to raise just raise with VCs and get that whatever this valuation with them and do that, and then get be acquired in 2-3 years and get that 200 million francs on your bank account and sit on your nice house and just do nothing. That is exactly my opposite in my life. I'd rather be with no money in my bank account, but have a strong community that benefits from their real financial independence or whatever dream it is. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. But then having your all this useless money that it's like having a lot of toys but have no friends to play with. Then you only have people that want to play with your toys. They don't want to play with you, essentially. So yeah, I'm very excited, and especially this timing, guys. I mean, thank you for the backing. You guys are crazy, and at the same time, you're so smart, and that's what makes you guys entrepreneurs and people that will change the status quo. You've all done it today. Rather you invested 100 francs or more, just change the status quo. Anyone that I've talked to, smart people, none of these guys invested because they're like, oh, the timing is not right. I mean, yeah, but when the timing is right, it's like going on vacation on a Saturday morning and taking your car. Like everyone does it, and it takes 10 hours to make a trip of 2 hours. That's when you shouldn't take your car to take that trip. Besides if you have to and you have a family, but even though, probably you could make it on a Friday night or whatever, or you just leave a day after on Sunday, right? So I think this is this mindset of being just contre-courant, I don't say in English, but be against the herd and being smart and fortune goes to the braves that understand that. And it's when these times is where wealth is created and wealth is generated, not when it's going to be the next bull season.
We have one more guest. If you want a nice segue into someone who's also been there for the community for a very long time, that wanted to come back and say hi.
Hey, Sissy.
Hi, everybody. This is very exciting.
So what was more exciting for you, Sissy, the ICO or our crowdfunding? Liquidity?
Well, I think this, the ICO obviously blew my mind, really. I must say I was very hesitant, not sure what you were doing. And when you did do it, but what impressed me even more was between ICO and now. The fact that we wheedled and we wheedled hard. And that was really impressive. So in a way, this is a nice period for our period of whittling and building. So, and then continuing this. So this impressed me more because this was the most freezing crypto winter we just went through. So it was rather impressive. So I don't know which one to choose. They're both impressive. And I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, same for me. I think so. I don't know. Very different, and yeah, both of them. There's only one common thing. Both of them, I lost a lot of weight.
And I gained.
We react that's the only common thing for both, and both of them. It does make me a little bit tired, and makes me very happy. That's definitely the common, but
no, but I have to give it to you, Cyrus. Really, both times I doubted, and I stand corrected, and I bow to you, to your courage and passion and persistence. Unbelievable. It's inspirational. Thank you for taking me on this journey.
Well, thank you. I'm very grateful to see, you're here for 6 years already now, almost, or 5 years and a half. So thank you for all these wonderful times and these more tricky, difficult times. I think so. That's the essence. But I think so. If you're on a mission, it's different than if you're on just another 9-to-5 job. I think so. The mission, makes you smile, whatever the weather is.
Yeah, and I'd like to change that. Fortune favors the brave, but I think we can say fortune favors those who have friends.
Yeah. Or fortune goes to Borgers.
We have a lot of friends, and I mean friends. It's fantastic. 16,000 contributors. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Mind-blowing.
Almost
Thank you,
17,000,
community.
guys. Almost 17. We have 10 more minutes to get the last 300. Are we going to get there? It's going to be, 350. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Might get hopefully 100 more. But nevertheless, I'm very, very excited. And I couldn't be more proud of our community, of every employee. Every border has really done something that's, no one waited.
The support we got this last stretch was just amazing. On Twitter, every one of you, I can't remember every single handle, but I know every single handle. And I want to just give a shout out. Thank you. Thank you for all the likes, all the retweets, for putting up with repeated annoying posts. Thank you, really. Borgers.
Jeremy's here.
Oh,
Happy.
Jeremy June.
How are you, Sister June?
Good. So happy to be here, closing this with such a high note.
It's amazing. So good to do one more.
And shout out to Benji.
Shout out to Benji for sure.
I've done so much less.
Really.
Thanks. Yeah.
Are we counting? We are.
7 minutes. Are we counting?
7 minutes.
Are you counting to 0 in the office? I think so. I think we'll hear them. I think we'll be able to cheer along.
7 minutes to go for sure. Let's go for it. What else a story can we say?
We had Julien S earlier today. Well, I say earlier today. It was about an hour and a half ago, I think, and we were talking about the ICO days and how difficult it was at one time, and how trusting SwissBorg in the long run, and well, ended with him being here on this stream, celebrating with us. I think it was a very touching moment to see how much faith there is into investing in crypto, because at the end of the day, it's also about this, and how far the SwissBorg has come, and how much how valued the community members are. Because at the end of the day, I know I've been in a lot of investors calls, and I know 0 investor call or any stock or AMA where a community member was brought up to talk about the ecosystem and to speak completely freely about what he thought. He could have said anything. We did not ask him whatsoever. I've never seen that before, and I think it's also a nice statement.
Absolutely. Look, this was a people's equity. It was a game changer. I am so proud to have been part of it, really. And when you look at it, in the historic context of it, you see how important it is. And I'm very proud that we've kept our community-centric approach, and we're staying true to that. Really, it's very important. And it takes two. It's not just the team, but it's also the community that's so good. They're with us through thick and thin. I remember we had a 10-cent club. That's where we were hoping for on Telegram. So it's been a ride, and the community always stuck by us. That's why it's so great. Look at that. Woo! I think you're muted, Cy.
Okay, sorry about Roman's in the house. Excited. Took a picture here a few years ago.
Yes.
So is the Tesla going to go to him or not? That's the big question.
Oh, Dadex is FOMOing. Dadex. Look at Claire.
Dadex.
I vote for the Tesla to go to Roma, for sure.
Yeah, I have to be Swiss and be neutral, but he's a great person for sure. Okay, 4 more minutes. This is it. I mean, what's the I bought CHSB at 0.00061 cents lowest price span. XX, I don't know who you are, but you are definitely a bright man or woman. Yeah, last 4 minutes. What can we say? Well, I think we said it all. I think so. The numbers said it all. I think so. The story has been selling all. It's a new chapter, guys. I think so. We're chapter 6, if I remember. ICO. Then was the community app. Then it was the SwissBorg app. Then it was the smart yield. Then it was the thematics. And the Series A, and very soon opportunities coming out, and more things to be done. So yeah, again, very grateful for everything what you guys have been believing in us and pushing us. You are the best community that exists. Oh yeah, Ken Notion, yeah, you did a smart move, yeah. You did. And by the way, Ken Notion, as you know very much, you know, we love the fact that, you know, you have criticism that is open, you speak your mind, and I think so that's exactly what we want from the community is as well, to make us become better. You could be a pain in the ass sometimes on Twitter. I'm joking, of course. There's much worse. But no, I really love the fact that this is exactly how society should behave. It's not just one way. Not everything is green. Sometimes there's some other colors that comes in the middle, and this creates essentially a narrative to talk, to challenge ourselves, and to become better. And that's what we've been doing for the last 6 years, is challenge ourselves to get better and better. And now closing with 16,648 investors is just, yeah, it's just amazing. We should maybe tell Dominique, like, let it for a few more minutes. Because there is, like, every minute 3 people joining. But yeah, it's done. Should we call the rest of the team and maybe we could say hi?
Yeah, it's it was a wild ride, yeah, for sure. Are we going to have some team members join you up the stage?
Yeah, countdown. Let's do it. 45 seconds. Put the screen on. Benji. If you could share the screen.
Countdown.
What screen?
The countdown.
Uh-oh.
It's okay, we can count.
I
I see up here. You know where it says no, it doesn't.
Okay, guys, 20 seconds. 20. Come on, show. Come on. 20, 19, 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We are SwissBorg.
Congrats. So what's the final score? What is it? So who made the right guess? Let's check it out. 21,260,000 Swiss francs with 16,656 investors. A world record that was created here in Switzerland, but owned by the world. Look at all these beautiful faces here. Handshake, recognize many of them. There you go. And that's my hair. And there you go. What can I say? When I say Swiss, you say Borg. Swiss. Borg. Borg. There you go.
Yeah.
Big thank you to all the team, to the entire community. Here's to the next 5 years.
Be wealthy, be healthy, love our CHSB and our creativity. Thank you very much, Borgers.
Thank you, everyone.